we can start now. Good morning, Ambassador Cwele.
Good morning, or good afternoon, Deputy Chief Justice. I'm not sure which one to call.
Well, you see, because it's English, you have got to think about whether it's morning or afternoon. And if you are in another country where it's afternoon and I'm in a country where it's morning, it gets confusing. But if you used Zulu, then you wouldn't bother about whether it's morning or afternoon.
Sawubona.
Sawubona, Ambassador.
Sawubona, Chief Justice.
Okay. All right. Thank you for availing yourself. Thank you. All right. Mr. Pretorius, do you... Okay, no. Mr. Pretorius, you want to start?
Thank you, Chair. Your connection is not consistent, so we're having difficulty hearing you. You're freezing occasionally.
Is that so?
Yes, but let's continue, and I'll let you know if it's such that we need to take a break for some technical assistance.
Yes, there is somebody, there is a technical person from the court who I think he might have left now, but he's going to come back so that he's available to assist me from this end if there are technical glitches. So let's continue, but obviously any glitches that can be fixed from somewhere else can be fixed from somewhere else, and that would be helpful if the glitches are not from this end.
Chair, the witness set down for today, as we now know, is Ambassador Cwele. He is testifying remotely from China, so there is a time difference, but we, on your direction, will try and finish by 1 o'clock our time, which is well within the ambassador's capacity in China. May the ambassador be sworn, and then I can just outline what documents and files should be before you, Chair.
Okay, no, that's fine. My acting registrar will administer the oath or...
Ambassador?
Yes, sir.
Could you please state your full names for the record?
I'm Dr. Siyabonga Cwele.
Do you have any objections to taking the prescribed oath?
No, no objection.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
I do.
Do you solemnly swear that all the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Pretorius.
Thank you. Chair, you should have before you a number of bundles. The principal bundle prepared for the ambassador's evidence is SSA Bundle 05. It's Exhibit YY19. It comprises just on 800 pages.
I've got it.
Then in addition, you should have before you Exhibit PP1, PP2, and PP3.
I've got them.
And then SSA Bundle 2A and 2B. We probably won't reach those in the time available, but they should be available for you.
Okay, no, that's fine. I've got them. Let's try and see if we can finish by 1 o'clock, but if we haven't done justice to the issues. We could use a little bit of time after lunch. Hopefully, maybe we won't need more than 30 minutes, but let's play it by ear and see how it goes, and let's just do the best we can. But of course, we want to, the bottom line is that the issues should be dealt with properly.
Understood, Chair. Ambassador?
The Chairperson, might I just place myself on record? I am appearing on behalf of Dr. Cwele.
Oh, I thought I saw somebody, but I didn't have enough time to see who it was. And that's why I asked whether Ambassador Cwele was legally represented. I'm sure you didn't hear.
Right.
Okay, that's Advocate Ishmael Semenya SC. You're representing Ambassador Cwele.
Indeed, Chairperson.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, all right. Let's continue then, Mr. Pretorius.
Ambassador, I understand that you were Minister of State Security during the period September 2008 to May 2014. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And prior to that, you were chair of the Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence. Do I understand the position correctly?
That's correct. I was the chairperson.
Good. Ambassador, we'd like to deal today with certain categories of evidence that have already been led. The first of which is the fate of the contemplated investigation, or the actual investigation into the Gupta brothers that originated within the State Security Agency at the time. As you will know from the evidence of Messrs. Sheikh and the others who testified, they became aware of a report in a Sunday national newspaper to the effect that one Fikile Mbalula had reported to the ANC NEC of certain matters that had occurred involving him and the Guptas in relation to his appointment as the Minister of Sport before it occurred. You're aware of that series of incidents, are you?
If I'm correct, they said in 2011.
Yes, 2011 is the date given.
I've heard of that from their evidence.
Right. Now, Messrs. Sheikh and Genje and Maklatuka discussed that incident and determined that it's a matter that should have or should be investigated. And you are aware of the evidence in that regard. I'm not going to detail that evidence, simply to put on record by way of preparatory information for questions to follow, that this decision was taken by the three senior officials within the SSA. Correct?
I've read that in their evidence.
Right. There was another reason for them having decided to conduct an investigation, and that was the report received by them from a foreign agency that the Guptas intended to purchase a uranium mine, and there was a concern about that.
Are you asking a question? I've seen that in their evidence. I was not aware of it.
Right. Now, to get to your own involvement in these issues, is it correct that you summoned the top three persons we've just mentioned to your offices?
No, that's not correct. Yeah? The correct version is that if you have read my statement It was not in 2011, as they claim that they had the Mpandula story in 2011. It was in 2010. It was in 2010. As I've put it, I called Mr. Njenje to my office in Cape Town with his deputy, and to come and explain what I've had discussed, as I've said, with his deputy in his absence. Because I first requested to hear from Njenje about this allegation of interception and monitoring. Yes.
Well, who told you about interception?
I've put it in my statement. It was a DDG of Njenje, DDG of domestic branch, what was called NIAD.
Was he communicating directly with you in relation to investigations?
No. As I've said, my first interaction with the Guptas, I first met them in the ANC fundraising dinner in Durban. That was somewhere between the 20th and the 24th of September 2010, when we have National General Council of the ruling party. That was a fundraising dinner of the ruling party. I've explained what happened in my presence in the depot. If you want me, I can go into details. But what worried me was the allegation of intercepting a person. I called for Njenje, and I was told he was on leave.
Before we get there, if I may interrupt you, Ambassador Cwele,
Yeah.
The first communication about an alleged interception came directly from a subordinate of the head of the SSA to you. You were communicating directly with him about operations, correct?
I was communicating directly because Mr. Njenje was alleged to be on leave at that time.
All right. What was the
Yes,
communication?
I wanted to communicate first with Njenje. I was told he's not around, he's on leave for that week.
And what did you want to communicate with him about?
I wanted to ask whether they were conducting any interception and to these people, or the so-called Gupta, as they allege. And he did say, yes, we are. I asked him, did you have the direction of the judge? He said, no, they were instructed by the top three, which was the top management.
So are you saying now, Ambassador, that someone told you that there was in fact an interception?
That's what happened in that first meeting, yes.
Who told you that?
It's a DDG for domestic branch, what was called NIAD.
Right.
Unless you want me to disclose the name. He was a DDG of Mr. Njenje.
Right. And according to your evidence, he told you directly that there was an interception. What interception was this?
What communication?
Did the interception take?
Interception is the interception of communication.
Right. That's not clear from the evidence that we have on your affidavit, but we'll come back to that in a moment. You then, how did it come about that the top three met with you in Cape Town in your office?
I then requested the DDG to come with his director, which was Mr. Njenje, when he comes back from leave. But instead of he coming with the DDG, he came with these other top three people in the meeting in Cape Town.
Right.
So I see in most of the statement, they are saying, I summoned them, particularly Mr. Sheikh. I never summoned Mr. Sheikh to that meeting. I never asked, even, I don't know what they mean by summon, to come to that meeting. I never asked him. I never asked Mr. Mapetuga to come. I asked for Mr. Njenje and his deputy.
Ambassador, it's not necessary to debate the difference between summoned and called, but as I understand it, you called Njenje and his deputy to your office in Cape Town.
That's correct. Yes.
You then had a meeting pursuant to that with the top three.
That's correct.
Right. That meeting, I think it's common cause on the papers, was a tense and confrontational one.
I'm not sure about tense, but I was inquiring about whether they had the direction of your judge. As you know, if you want to intercept a person, as a minister who's responsible for oversight, one of the responsibilities is that I must make sure that they act within the law. If somebody is alleging interception and a deputy director general says, no, they didn't have the direction of a judge, that worried me a lot because those things have happened in the past.
Yes.
Those bad
Well,
incidents. Yes.
Ambassador, the three persons besides yourself who attended the meeting are all at one that this was not discussed at the meeting. But let's just clarify, it was quite permissible for the SSA to conduct an investigation.
It is. It is
correct?
permissible. I had no problem with investigation.
And you had...
The problem I had was investigating without a direction of a judge.
Yes. Well, the question is, did you communicate to the three at the meeting that, firstly, an operational decision to conduct an investigation was a decision that they made and were authorized to make without any interference from your part? Was that clear to them?
I made it clear. As I said, the meeting lasted too long, Mr. Pretorius. It started in the early evening, it finished in the early hours of the morning.
Now, the question is a simple one. Was it made clear to them, Ambassador, firstly, that any operational decision to conduct an investigation, and I stress the word investigation, was theirs to make?
It was clearly put to them.
And they were free to make...
I'll try and explain so that you understand. I was the one who called the meeting. I'm the one who also concluded the meeting. After listening to all the stories, I made it clear, if you believe that there's some wrongdoing by any person, we are authorized by law to investigate and even intercept that person.
Yes, well, that's not stated in your affidavit.
Mr. Pretorius, let him finish. Let him finish, Mr. Pretorius. I think he has not finished his...
I said, I made it clear after listening to all the discussion, particularly from Jenje, because this was Jenje was answering, that I had no problem with them doing any investigation. But it must be done in terms of the law. If you are intercepting a person, you must have a direction of the judge. It's put there in my statement. Two, the other problem I also had, because there were many things which emanated in that meeting, was the issue of conflict of interest, particularly by those directors, particularly concerning Jenje in this matter. I'll explain later in details why I said so. I clearly remember saying when we employed you, we asked yourself and Moshe to stop all business operation we're doing because we are coming to this environment. But I was disappointed now that he was conducting businesses and he was also investigating people in relation to his personal interest in those businesses. Those are the things I put at the summary. I did say also that, as I said, at no stage I said they must stop the investigation. I said, let's go and get a direction from a judge, because if it is true, there's no judge who will refuse you the direction from the allegations they were putting. There were many allegations they were putting. And I was convinced that it'd be easy for them to get a direction from the judge.
Yes, you're aware of the fact that the three persons besides yourself who attended that meeting deny that there was any discussion about interception? Yes, Chair. DCJ, you're on mute. Can you hear him?
Okay, can you hear me now? You can't hear.
For part of when you were apparently talking, Chair, you were on mute, but even when you unmuted, you were still not audible.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Okay, all right. I was saying earlier on that there were a few seconds when my connection stopped and I didn't hear what the ambassador was saying. I wanted him to go back so that I don't lose anything of importance. I had some part, and then I think there may have been about maybe 20 seconds or so. Or maybe, Ambassador, do you want to just summarize your last answer? I did hear that you said, I did hear that the fact that you said you called the meeting and Njenje was the one who was answering most of the time. You made it clear to them that they were entitled to investigate if they wanted to investigate, but you had a problem with them intercepting people's communications without the directive of a judge. But you made it clear to them that otherwise they could investigate. I heard you also say that there was an issue of conflict of interest on the part of Mr. Njenje, and you remember having told him when he was appointed that he should make sure that there was no conflict of interest. If I've heard everything of importance in what you said, they can just tell me the parts that you think I didn't hear.
Yeah, the last part, I said when we employed Mr. Njenje, everything is correct, Chair.
Yes.
We told him he must stop his business interest because he couldn't do business while he's in charge of state security.
Yes.
And he agreed. Same thing was said to Moshe. But in this respect, I said I was then disappointed in that meeting after the discussion, that he was still pursuing some business, mining in business, and now using the same people who are his business partner to intercept them. I said that is wrong. It shouldn't happen because there's a conflict of interest. That's why we spend a lot of discussion on that. But I summarize it like that at the end, Chair, like you have correctly put it.
Okay, no, that's fine. Mr. Pretorius, I said earlier on, if we go into after lunch, maybe 30 minutes, but we can go even to 3 if it becomes necessary.
Thank you, Chair. Well,
did you hear me, Mr. Pretorius?
I'm just going to go as far as I can in the time allotted, and any decision will be yours, Chair.
But I want you to use your own judgment whether you are able to do justice to the issues. You must tell me when you think there is need for more time, otherwise we are not going to be able to do justice to the issues, because the bottom line, the bottom line is that we must do justice to the issues.
Ambassador, there were 2 issues discussed at that meeting so far, at least. according to your evidence. The first issue was the injunction from yourself that if there was to be an interception of communications, it should be done according to the law. In other words, a judge's directive should be obtained. Correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, the version of the three persons concerned is that there was no such discussion at that meeting.
I'm not sure what is their version, but I called the meeting, and that was the reason.
All right.
That's the first thing I put when that's why I was saying, Mr. Chair, the constraint I have, I put this in my several statements. I don't have access to these documents. I don't have access to the record of those minutes, because the record of those minutes will clearly indicate, and if I remember correctly, some of that meeting was recorded. So we have asked for these minutes, and but I called the meeting about this alleged interception. That was the main reason.
Yes, we've heard your version, Ambassador.
The issue of business interest arose while we're discussing the issue of interception.
I'll come to the issue of the business interests in due course. But
that's correct.
As I understand it, the conclusion on your evidence was that they were perfectly authorized, entitled to continue with the investigation, provided if there was an interception to be conducted, that would be done with the judge's approval in terms of the legislation. Do I understand the position correctly?
That's correct.
There would be therefore no need for them to take further steps by going directly to the president to reverse any negative decision that you had communicated to them. They could just simply go back to Johannesburg or Pretoria and continue the investigation, correct?
It looks like
we've all frozen.
Well, you are not frozen, but I think the ambassador is. I don't know whether the technicians will do anything. I think the technicians should work on it. Registrar, are you able to get hold of the technicians and see if they are working on it? Zonaga? It looks like she can't hear me.
The problem may be one in China, Chair.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Or somewhere between.
Yeah. I wonder whether, one second, is he back? He's on his way. Zonaga, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can,
Zona?
DCJ.
Yeah. Are you able to get hold of the technicians to check whether it's a problem in China or on our side?
I will do.
Maybe, Mr. Pretorius, maybe we should use this time when they are attending to the technical problems to take the tea break.
Okay, the ambassador is back, but Ambassador, you're on mute.
I'm back, Chair. It was an internet connection. Which was
you're back.
Yeah, it was an internet connection.
Oh, okay, all right, okay. Let's continue. Well, if he's back, let's continue. We'll take it at 11:15.
Let's just recap, Ambassador. There were two issues discussed at that meeting according to the evidence. The one was the investigation into the Guptas and any interception that might be involved in that investigation. And the other was the conflict of interest, as you describe it, in relation to Director Njenje. In relation to the first issue, as I understand it, the conclusion of the meeting was that the SSA officials at the highest level were perfectly entitled and authorized to continue with the investigation, provided that if there was to be any interception of electronic communications, that would be done with the approval of a judge in terms of the regulation, in terms of the legislation. Is that the position?
That's correct.
That being so, there would be no need for the top three to go over your head to the president in relation to their concern that the investigation was being halted.
I was not aware that they went to the president. I only read that later. They never informed me that they went to president, but they had all the rights. They used to meet the president without me anyway.
Yes. Well, Ambassador, the only point I'm making is that there was no need, if they were concerned, there was no need for them to be concerned about the investigation and their ability to continue the investigation. There was no need to address the president on that issue. Correct?
No, according to me, there was no need. I was not even aware that they went to see the president on that issue.
Right.
But as I have read your statement, they didn't see the president only on that issue.
Well, let's deal with the second issue, and that is the conflict of interest issue. Was your communication to Njenje that unless and until he ceased his personal business interests or terminated his personal business interests, he could not conduct the investigation?
No. I didn't expect Mr. Njenje to be involved in business. At the end, while he said yes, I'll tell you it was about the mining company, the business. And at the end, he said, no, he was not directly involved. It was somebody who was holding his shares in that company who was directly involved. But I said, even if you are not directly involved, now that you are involved in that company and we are then investigating your people, your business partners, you cannot use state security resources to investigate your dispute you have with your business partners. That's what I said.
But did you see his personal business affairs as being a hurdle or obstacle to the continuation of the investigation as such? And did you communicate?
No. It was his behavior which was a problem, because eventually he said, no, he was not directly involved. But it was him who was explaining how this relationship with the mining company, how Gupta's got the stake in their companies and all sorts of those things. Well, at the end, when I was saying, but I asked you not to be involved in business, I said, no, I was not directly involved. I had my business partner who was doing these things for me. I said, but why were you then involved with your business partners, businesses?
Right. On that issue, there was nothing to preclude the investigation from continuing.
No, no. Right. As I've said, the investigation on what they alleged they were investigating, I said, any judge will easily give you a direction to do that investigation.
Okay. So again, there was nothing that you communicated to them on your version at that meeting that would have required them to go and have a discussion with the president in relation to the continuation of the investigation?
No. except that I did express my great displeasure that they were doing business and at the same time they were part of the state security. But there's nothing else which I said. Yes.
Right. So in a word, the investigation, as far as you are concerned at that meeting, could continue without hindrance.
I had no power. What I said shouldn't happen. I want to be clear. What I categorically put shouldn't happen is to intercept any citizen without following the legal prescript of asking a judge. That one I put it very clear that it should never happen.
Well,
And
you've read.
I had no problem with investigation going on anyway. That's why I encourage them to go to the judge if they want to continue with interception and get the direction.
So as I understand your evidence now is that you actually encouraged them to continue with the investigation.
At no stage I stopped the investigation.
No, you put a positive spin on your attitude.
I said I had
to go ahead and get the directive from the judge.
I said
you encouraged I'm sorry, Ambassador.
Hang on, you're both speaking at the same time. Okay.
If I can just finish my
question, okay.
Yeah. I understand your evidence, Ambassador. You actually encouraged them to continue with the investigation, amongst other things, to go and get the directive from the judge.
I'm not sure. I did say that if they continue with the investigation, they must get the direction of a judge. I did say to them, in my view, there was going to be no difficulty from any judge from the reason they were giving me to grant them that direction.
Yes. Well,
what was their response to this difficulty you said you had about this part of their investigation, namely interception of somebody's communications without the judge's direction?
The story changed, Chairperson. Their response was that no, actually they were not doing interception. The DDG misinformed me. They were just doing scoping, not interception. That was their response. But I said, if they want to continue with any interception, they must go and get the direction of the judge.
So at the meeting, you said to them, you understood that they were engaged in interception of communications, and you wanted to know whether they had a directive from a judge permitting them to do that. And in response, they said they were not doing interception. They were doing, I think, did you say scoping? I'm not sure. Is that the sum total of their response?
Like environmental scanning. There was just scoping, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I suspect.
Yeah. They said, the DDG who informed me that they were intercepting was wrong. And I asked them, why didn't you bring him to the meeting? Because I requested you to come with him. They said, no, they thought he'd bring the senior people. But they were denying that they were intercepting. But they were just scoping. Yes.
And scoping doesn't need the judge's directive, I guess.
No.
Oh, okay. And what was your response to this? When they said this, was that the end of this discussion about interception or not?
It ended when I asked them why they didn't bring the DDG who informed me that. Who actually, because that was a word from that DDG. And
yes.
Then they were invasive to that answer. No, we thought we should come as senior leaders. But I didn't ask Mr. Makatuga to come to the meeting. I didn't ask also Mr. Sheikh to come to the meeting because the matter was with the SSA. Yes, it was with the domestic branch, which was, yes.
Yes. Would this discussion about interception have been right at the beginning of the meeting, more or less?
It was the first thing, Mr. Chairperson. I was sharing the meeting. I told them I've had this meeting. I told them about the incidents, what happened in the ANC fundraising dinner, the meeting I had with the Deputy Director General and what he said. And I asked them to respond. I asked Mr. Njanje to respond to that.
Yes.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Pretorius, continue.
Chair, it's 11. Oh, yes. I presume you take the short adjournment at 11:15.
Yeah.
Ambassador, the version, and you're aware of this, of the top three, is that at no stage during that meeting did any discussion about interception and the lawfulness of interception take place. That's the first point.
I've not seen that evidence. I've read all their statements.
Right.
Unless you can highlight to me.
No,
yes.
They do say, or it is said, that there was no discussion about interception. I can give you the reference if you like, but you can rest assured that
that's not true. That's not true. That was the first question they have to answer. That was the first thing I put to them.
The second point of difference is that they concluded from that meeting that you did not wish the investigation, and I stress investigation, to continue.
No, that's not correct, Chair.
All right.
I think I've explained that to you.
Right. And because of the conclusion that they drew, they found it necessary to meet with the president and actually asked you or told you that they were going to do so.
No, they never asked me, and I was not aware that they went to president.
Yeah. But as I understand your evidence, there would have been no need to complain about any attitude that you took to the president.
I can't speak about that. That'll be their own judgment.
Yeah, well,
according to what I've said, I was not expecting to, as far as I'm concerned, there was no need to go to the president.
Right.
On that matter.
Yes. Would you accept that even if Mr. Njanje was conflicted, he denies it, but even if he was, that wouldn't preclude the SSA from continuing with the investigation, correct?
No, he never denied it, Chair. Well, I've said the meeting took, I think, from about 6:30 until about 1 or 2 in the morning.
Yeah. Ambassador, the question is that...
So he didn't deny the conflict of interest.
Well, he denied a conflict of interest. He didn't deny his business interest, but I don't want to debate that with you at present. What I want to put to you is that even if there was a conflict of interest as understood by yourself, that would not preclude the SSA from continuing with the investigation, correct?
It should not preclude them from continuing with investigation.
Right.
Sorry, Mr. Pretorius. The two of you may be speaking at cross purposes. I think what the ambassador wants to say, and he must tell me if I misunderstand him, he wants to say, to deal with the question of whether Mr. Njanje denied the conflict of interest at that meeting, whereas I understand Mr. Pretorius to be saying either at the hearing when he gave his evidence before the commission. I think two of you may have been speaking at cross purposes. Mr. Mr. Ambassador, do you want to comment, or is it correct?
Chair, you became inaudible once again for a great deal of what you said, so perhaps you could repeat it.
Yes, okay. Let me check whether the ambassador can hear me now.
I can hear you now, Chair.
Can you hear me? Okay,
Yeah,
all
I
right.
can hear you.
I was saying to
You're cutting.
me that Mr. Pretorius. Okay, all right. I think.
Chair, you're inaudible again. Or at least the connection is not relaying your...
Let's they cannot what I'm saying. Okay, can we take the tea break? Can you hear that part?
Yeah, I can hear that.
Chair.
Oh, can we take the tea break?
That's perfectly audible, Chair.
Okay, all right. Let's take the tea break until 25 past. And then the technicians can attend to the problem that we are having. Okay, thank you. We adjourn.
Thank you.
Thank you. Where is he?
Recording stopped.
The DCJ is on his way.
Recording in progress.
The DCJ is ready. He'll be logging on now. DCJ, can you hear us?
Don't hear myself. Registrar, I'm here now.
Thank you,
Can you hear
DCJ.
me?
Very
Yes,
clearly.
I can.
Can everybody hear me?
Very clearly,
Yes.
Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's continue. I've got somebody to attend to technical glitches from this side now, so let's hope if there are any problems, they can be sorted out quickly. Okay, all right, let's continue. Mr. Pretorius.
At the meeting that we have been discussing, at least as far as we're concerned this morning, or as far as you're concerned this evening, is it correct that you told Njenje that he could not use state resources to pursue private interests?
That's correct.
And you also said that in communicating this to Mr. Njenje, you were discharging your responsibility as minister to prevent the abuse of state resources.
That's correct.
The implication of that is that unless and until Mr. Njenje abandoned his private interests, the investigation could not continue.
No.
State resources were being used for an improper purpose, as I understand what you said.
No, I did direct him. You remember I told you that at the beginning, there was an agreement that they'll abandon any business interest. I showed disappointment that there was some link to business interest.
Yes, it
I
was more.
didn't direct him to start the investigation.
Yeah, well, it's more than disappointment on your version. And for the record, I'm referring to SSA 05 at page 720, paragraph 34, and SSA 05 720 at paragraph 35. The import of those statements was that the investigation was an abuse of private resources which had to be stopped, and that was the reason for your intervention.
Yes, I did say the abuse of state resources was not acceptable. I still maintain that. But I didn't say the investigation into the Gupta matter on what they alleged they were investigating must stop.
Well, you said that Njenje could not use state resources to pursue private interests. In other words, the use of state resources should be halted.
That's
In other
correct.
words, the investigation.
No, I didn't say the investigation. I'm saying him pursuing his business interest and competing with his business partners when they've got conflict must stop. That one I did say must stop. I didn't say the investigation they were conducting must stop.
Well, how does one conduct an investigation without the use of state resources? Doesn't the one follow from the other?
No. You remember Mr. Njenje was a director. He was not involved in direct investigation in this case, my understanding. But his intervention and directing people that do this investigation was wrong because he knew he was conflicted.
As part of the SSA, he would have at least remotely been connected with an investigation which used state resources, and you say that the use of state resources should be halted for as long as those private interests existed. That's your evidence.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can I understand this? Was your position, Ambassador, at that meeting that the investigation which required the use of state resources should stop until such time that what you regarded as the conflict of interest had ended, had been terminated?
No.
What was the position? What had to stop?
What has to stop was what was alleged to be interception without a direction. The two, what has to stop was Mr. Njenje to continue doing business interests while he is still in the state security agency.
Now, the issue of interception, you said that they said to you they were not conducting any interception.
Yes.
And the matter ended when that issue ended, when you asked them why they had not brought along the DTG who had told you. And then they said to you, we thought that it should just be the senior three who should come to the meeting. You said that is where that issue ended. And you said that was quite early in the meeting because that was the first issue you raised.
That's correct.
Now, why would you have said that should stop the interception in circumstances where they had said there's been no interception, and you seemed to have accepted that?
Yes. I had two versions. Not I accepted that. There are two versions.
Yeah. Yes.
The first version was that there was interception. That's what I heard in the meeting a week prior. The version they were coming now was that no, there was no interception, there was scoping. I said interception without direction of the judge must stop.
Yes. Okay. And then on the issue of the conflict of interest, you said it was Mr. Njenje who had a conflict of interest from your information. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, and from what you have told me, it seems that he was not the one directly involved in the investigation or conducting the investigation. It was somebody else in his department. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So, yes.
But as I have told you,
Yes.
when I had a meeting with his director, Deputy Director General,
Yes.
he said the way instructed, when I asked him, say, why are you intercepting people with that? He said the way instructed by top three.
Yes.
And the person above him was Mr. Njenje, who was supervising. Yes.
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 Okay. So now, why, if Director Njenje was not the one actually conducting the investigation, other than that he may have given instructions that somebody must conduct the investigation, why would you link the termination of the conflict of interests to the abuse of state resources, because it was going to be somebody else conducting the investigation.
Yes, sir. That's correct. As I've said, the meeting was not a short meeting.
Mm.
Mr. Njenje went at length explaining this relationship with Guptas.
Mm.
That's what then led to me to believe that there was a conflict of interest.
Mm.
When he was explaining his involvement on his partner in the mining and the Guptas trying to rob them and asking for more stakes and all those things. It was then when I asked him, why are you pursuing this business interest while we are here? Then he changed, said, oh, no, I'm not directly involved. But he was one who was explaining in detail how they got the stake first, how the Gupta wanted their stake for free, how they wanted to increase, how other people were giving them better offers. I listened. And at the end, I said, oh, God, I think we are all involved in something quite funny. And I'm actually worried what will happen if this thing comes in the media. Because it was clear to me from his own explanation, how they got the license was irregular, how they were then involved with these Guptas trying to twist each other with shares was something funny. They were in court. It did disclose all those things. And I became worried because when things are in court, the inquiries then come to me as a minister. They then go to the DG. We spend the time, how do you respond to these things when they come? So that's why the meeting took so long. And my unhappiness then was that there shouldn't be any business dealing where you have clearly demonstrated you were part of this company, whether direct or indirectly. Now we are busy using state resources to intercept the same people, yet they are a business partner, yet we are in court, yet it is not very clear how you all got this license. So those were the things which were coming to me to say, God, these things are wrong. And I did put them to them, that these things are wrong and they must stop. But not that they should stop what they were calling their investigating the Guptas for. Yes.
But the abuse, as I understand you, you say you said the abuse of state resources should stop. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Now, in the context of that investigation, what was the abuse of state resources? Was it not the investigation?
The abuse of state resources share is partly the investigation. I'll explain why I had a problem. If you say you are the business partner of Mr. Pretorius, now Mr. Pretorius...
On a lighter note, I was never going to business with him.
No, I'm just using an example.
No, I'm just being lighthearted.
Now, Mr.
I have no business.
Yeah, a good example. Mr. Pretorius say now he wants 50% of your business, but he didn't contribute anything. You got this business in whatever way, wrong way you got it, but it demands now 50%. And you got Advocate Simenya, who's giving you 5 times what this person is offering you for the 50%. And I said, you are involved in business, directly or indirectly, and that should stop. And you cannot use our own state resources to pursue your own personal business interests. That's what I said. That one should stop. Not that the investigation they were conducting, according to what they said, should stop. But him being the DDG and using his own business interests to instruct officials to do interception, not investigation. I think say investigation must stop.
If there was a good reason for an investigation to be undertaken into the Guptas,
that's correct,
and he was the director of the branch, what do you say he should have done? Let us say he became aware that there was a good reason to launch an investigation into the Guptas. It so happened that, for argument's sake, he had a conflict of interest.
That's correct.
Should he have ignored whatever there was on the basis that, hey, if I say this investigation must be undertaken, I will be accused of abusing state resources because of this conflict? Or should he have said, look, I will not conduct the investigation myself, but let me get somebody else senior, but the investigation must still continue? What should he have? How should he have dealt with that? If indeed there was a conflict.
Yes, if there was a conflict, he'll be very careful. He'll still continue with investigation, but he'll follow the due processes of the investigation, because intelligence agencies are heavily regulated. He wouldn't allow or direct that there must be interception without a directive. He'll make sure that the investigation, whoever junior official or senior official who's doing it is doing it properly. That's what I'll expect, not that he should stop the investigation.
But at what stage then, if he did it that way, the way you have explained, leave out for argument's sake the issue of the interception and getting a judge's directive, because they disputed that, they said they had not been doing that. There are different versions. But if you leave that out and you look at everything else that needed to be done to pursue the investigation, would it have been fine for him to get somebody within his department to pursue that investigation, to do all the other things that are supposed to be done, and to say, it's your investigation, you go ahead, you can report back to me? Would that be acceptable?
It's acceptable, but you must remember, Chair.
Yes.
I never said they must stop the investigation. I said, if you want to intercept, please go to the judge. As Mr. Pretoria said, I even said, I believe it'd be very easy to get the judge granting permission for the reason you were mentioning, what you are investigating.
Yes.
So, and two, I didn't call the meeting because of conflict of interest. Primarily, the meeting was around the interception without a direction. Yes, the issue of conflict of interest then arose because he himself was explaining this thing how, because when I asked him about this business interest, he did explain at length. But the main purpose of the meeting was not the conflict of interest, but it did arose. Yes.
See, I understood you to say you asked them to, or him, to stop the abuse of resources, of state resources. So I'm trying to understand at a practical level, what was he supposed to do?
The first abuse, if you are alleged to be intercepting without a direction, as a senior official, you know you shouldn't do that. There's an abuse, you see. So that we understand this abuse. There's abuse, and then the issue of conflict interest, because arose during those discussions, I then raised, but why are you involved in these machinations with these people of business? And now you are claiming that they are trying to rob you of your business when you have agreed to stop the business, but you won't have any conflict of interest when they are doing your own investigation. Then he said, no, I was involved indirectly, not directly.
Mr. Pretorius, do you want to take it from there?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Your evidence today, and I'll put your affidavits to you in a moment, Ambassador. As I understand it, is clear that at the conclusion of that meeting, they could not, that is the top three, have been under any illusion that you opposed the investigation on principle, that they could continue with your approval, provided if there was interception, they got the say-so of the judge.
That's correct.
Right. The version on paper, however, is somewhat different. But let me just conclude that proposition with one more that you confirmed before the break, and that is that there would have been no need for the top three to approach the president to reverse your opposition to, or any perceived opposition to the investigation. Correct. We've established that.
There was no opposition to the investigation.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
That answers the question, partly. But in the passages that the judge has just been dealing with, you made it very clear in your own words to Njenje, Mr. Njenje, you cannot use state resources to pursue private interests. In other words, you were saying to Njenje, this investigation is being conducted for the purpose of pursuit of private interests, and you can't use state resources to do that. That's what you're saying here. Do you want to go to the passage?
Yes. Which passage are you referring to?
I'm referring to paragraph 34 on SSA 05 at page 720.
Just repeat the reference, Mr. Pretorius.
SSA 05, page 720.
Bundle 5, or this one,
Yeah.
720.
Yeah.
That is the black numbers.
Yeah.
720.
Bundle 5, page 720. Bundle 5 is the one that has exhibit 19. Are you looking at a hard copy or electronic copy?
I'm looking at the hard copy. My 720 talks about at paragraph 82 to 94, pen progress.
Yes, Ambassador, we're talking about the page references in the top left-hand corner of the bundle.
Look at the black page numbers. You see at the top of each page, there are red numbers and black numbers.
All mine are black.
Yeah, use the black ones. Use the black numbers.
The left-hand side.
Yes.
It's a SA 05 720.
Yes. But we'll just say 720. We won't start from SSA when we refer to pages.
Okay, that's correct.
Paragraph 34, Mr. Pretorius?
Correct, Chair.
Yes, okay. Continue, Mr. Pretorius.
At the bottom of the paragraph, I even reminded Mr. Njenje that conducting private business while at the helm of the domestic branch was against what we had agreed before his appointment, let alone utilizing state resources to pursue private interests.
Yeah, but you must read the whole of 34. Ne? Can I read it for you?
Well,
yeah.
Perhaps deal with, you can.
No, it's very important because it's.
Yeah, let him read it, Mr. Pretorius. Okay, read it, Ambassador.
He said the meeting Mr. Makafuga refers to in these paragraphs was indeed called by me. There's a Cape Town meeting. It is untrue that I called the meeting because of the relationship between Gupta's family and former President, Mr. Zuma. I reiterate my primary concern related to business relationship Mr. Njeje was having with Mr. Gupta and his alleged instruction to institute an illegal interception of that Gupta person. I requested to be furnished with a directive from the judge authorizing such interception, which they did not have. I mentioned to them that they must get a direction if they want to proceed with such interception as law requires. At no stage did I ever say or suggest that they must stop any legal operation that they were pursuing. I even reminded Mr. Njenje that conducting private business while at the helm of domestic branch was against what we have agreed before his appointment. Just reminded, you see, let alone utilizing the state resources to pursue private interests. So if you read it correctly, then you will understand what I'm saying.
Right.
But if you extract just a sentence at the end, you won't understand the context.
Well, let me put this, check this, Ambassador. As I recall, the evidence of the top three before the commission was that two of them made it clear that they did not think you instructed them to stop the investigation.
That's correct, sir.
I think there is one of them, I don't know which one, whose recollection was that you had. Yes. But where they were all unanimous, it was that your stand, your position during the meeting was that you were opposed to the investigation, even though two of them said you did not say to them they must stop it. So I just wanted to say that's what they said. But I think you have made your position that you were not opposed to the investigation, and actually, as far as you are concerned, they could carry on the investigation as long as they did it in a lawful way. And then, of course, you have talked about the conflict of interest. Is that right?
That's correct, Chair. May I assist the Chair?
Yeah.
In most of my statement and affidavit, I've raised the issue of access to documents.
Yes.
If Chair wants the truth,
yes,
documents should be kept in the ministry, because the meeting was in Cape Town, they should be filed in Cape Town office.
Yes.
The transcript, the record of the meeting is what will tell the truth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, no, thank you very much.
Let's got the power to subpoena. I can tell you that meeting happened, I think, end of September or early October, but it was not too long after that ANC meeting.
Yes.
It should have been probably around the 1st of October, 2010.
Yes. Well, at a certain stage, I was going through your application for leave to cross-examine, and I realized that you were complaining that, or you were making the point that you needed certain documents in order to be able to put your side of the story properly. I made inquiries and was informed by the legal team that a communication had been sent to your attorneys to say they must approach SSA directly to get documents. And as I understand the position, I was told that whether they did so or not, the commission, I think, doesn't know. But I was told that the commission did inform your lawyers to say they must approach SSA directly. But insofar as there are documents that might be seen as critical, for myself, I certainly would ask the secretary, with the assistance of the legal team of the commission, to try and get that. You have made the point that this meeting was recorded, and there should be even a recording and so on. So I think attempts should be made to try and get that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, somebody entering the office saying they must go. Thank you.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay, Mr. Pretorius, continue.
The meeting in Cape Town, was that recorded?
That's correct. That's what I've said. It was recorded.
And where would that recording be now?
As I said, the recordings of the meetings, they are kept in the office where they are. The meeting was in Cape Town Minister's office.
We'll
That's why
attempt to
we've been
obtain that.
really appealing, and we've been asking because we didn't get any assistance from SAA in terms of records.
All right. Ambassador, did you make it clear to Njenje that he was not permitted or authorized to use state resources to pursue private interests?
I said, I reminded him. If you read my statement, that's how it reads.
Yes, your words were, let alone utilizing state resources to pursue private interests. That was a reference to the investigation.
That was a reference to what appeared, that he was still linked to the business.
Well, the words are clear. I won't debate those. But in doing so, in making these communications, as I understand it, you were discharging your responsibility, and I use your words, to prevent or preventing abuse of state resources. That was your stance. You were intent on preventing the abuse of state resources, and you were discharging that obligation in this meeting.
As I said, as a minister, you are answerable for whatever the services are doing. And we have had many instances where things went wrong. And it was my duty to keep on telling the management on things which shouldn't happen.
Right.
It was not the first meeting. In many meetings, we were uttering that we need to act professionally and also avoid abusing any of the state resources, because when you have got resources to intelligence, you've got powerful tools.
You also are on record as having said, this is also in your affidavit at page 691 of bundle 5. You can go there if you wish.
What is the page number, Mr. Pretorius?
691.
691.
You are on record as saying, and I quote, I later confronted Njenje, who could not give me the direction of the judge for the monitoring of the Gupta family. He could not produce it, making his conflict of business interests more untenable. I invite him to produce the direction for the covert surveillance of that operation. From that statement, it appears, firstly, that you demanded the authorization of the judge and you wanted to see it. And his failure to do so made his alleged conflict of business interest untenable for you. Not just something you should raise, but untenable. That's a very clear statement of opposition to the continuation of the investigation.
No, no, you're wrong. I've explained this. The first thing we discussed, I confronted him whether he had a direction. Remember, I told you what had been informed by his deputy the previous week. He could not produce any. It was after long discussion, this thing that they were doing scoping came not even from him. I think it came from one of the directors. Not from him. When we started, I asked him, do you have any direction to intercept these people? He said, no.
Well, they also told you that they weren't intercepting at
That
some
came
later
later.
stage.
That came much later. Yes.
All right. Let me,
And if I remember well, it didn't come from him.
yes, let me put the position to you. In your evidence this morning, Ambassador, you
Yes,
are
correct.
giving the chair the impression that you did not express any opposition in principle to the investigation, and you made it clear to them that the investigation could continue, subject to the directive of the judge being obtained. The passages I'm putting to you paint a different picture.
No.
They paint a picture of you taking a stance that could well be interpreted as being in opposition to the continuation of the investigation.
No. You
These
must
are your
remember,
words I'm putting to you.
these were my responses to their statement. But as I have explained, at no stage, and they are also saying so, at no stage did I ever say they must stop the investigation.
Well, let's look at paragraph 18 on page 705.
705.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Pretorius, I'm moving away from 690.
Yes, yeah, I'm now going to 705.
Okay.
There you say,
And what paragraph?
paragraph 18.
Okay, all right. I've got it.
Reads, I inquired whether the surveillance, and you there refer to surveillance, not interception, was authorized by a designated judge as required by law. To this day, I was never given a copy of the direction by the designated judge. My intervention was that no surveillance should be done unless authorized by law.
That's correct.
So that statement is clear that you couldn't conduct any surveillance at all until and unless you produce to me that authorization from the judge.
Interception is part of surveillance, Mr. Pretorius.
Well, that's precisely the point. But what you were
Yes,
talking
correct.
about here was surveillance, not interception. You know the difference.
Interception is part of surveillance.
No.
Surveillance is part of interception.
Ambassador, you are far more knowledgeable on these issues than I am, as you now point out. But surveillance is far broader.
Interception, let me tell you what it's called. Let me just help you.
Hang on, Ambassador. Let Mr.
Yes.
Pretorius finish.
Surveillance is a far broader concept than interception.
Interception is electronic surveillance. That's what it is. It is
Yes,
electronic surveillance.
There could be surveillance that does not require the intervention of a judge.
There may be some, but interception is electronic surveillance, Mr. Pretorius.
Yes. I know that, but what you say here, and the DCJ can make up his own mind. I don't want to belabor this point. It's semantic. We're clear on the meaning. My intervention was that no surveillance should be done unless authorized by law. And there you were referring to the direction of a judge.
That's correct.
Right. You make it clear again at page 706, paragraph 21. There you say, I made it plain that any surveillance of the Gupta family must be authorized in law and that Njenji must stop doing private business whilst in office.
Yes.
Right. And then at page 719, paragraph 32, you say,
Paragraph
32, page 719. You say, I have pointed out that the only concern I had about the investigation of the Gupta brothers was whether the surveillance was authorized by a designated judge. No such proof was furnished to me.
So, it's page 7. I'm just lost.
719.
Paragraph 32.
Yes, I'm in paragraph 32. Yes,
Yes,
what was the question?
You say there, I have pointed out that the only concern I had about the investigation of the Gupta brothers was whether the surveillance, and I stress the word surveillance, was authorized by a designated judge. No such proof was furnished to me.
That's correct.
Okay. In summary, it appears that the version that you are putting before the judge today differs, at the very least in emphasis, from the version that appears in the affidavit.
No, it's still the same. All my statements are still the same.
All right. Well, we can look at the two and compare, Ambassador.
Yeah.
I want to put to you the version of Mr. Sheikh, who says you instructed that the investigation be stopped.
I don't know how I could instruct the investigation to stop, to be honest.
Yes, it would be quite improper for a minister to tell operatives or officials to stop an investigation. Do you agree with that?
I agree, and I didn't stop any investigation.
Right, okay.
Would it be part of, or what role would you be permitted to play in regard to whether an investigation should or should not be conducted, or should or should not be pursued? Would it be permissible for you to approve an investigation that it should be conducted, or to oppose it, even if you don't say it must stop? What would be acceptable for a Minister of State Security in a situation where the leadership of SSA, as we know it now, thought that there is good reason to conduct a certain investigation?
The minister has got no role.
Yes.
The only role, as I said, as a minister is a supervision role, whether things are done according to the law.
Yeah.
I don't authorize investigations. I don't direct investigation as a minister.
Yes.
I get reports when the investigations are done.
Yeah.
Yes, of course I do get it.
Yes. So if their version were to be true, that or at least the version of two of them, that even though you might not have instructed that the investigation be stopped, nevertheless, you expressed very strong opposition. That would not be something that would be appropriate for you to have done if it did happen.
I didn't express any opposition, Deputy Chief Justice or Chairman, to the investigation. I put that very clear.
Yeah, okay, all right. Mr. Pretorius?
Yes. Just for the record, Chair, Sheikh's evidence was clear that the minister instructed that the investigations be stopped, or even if that became clear from the context and what was communicated at the meeting. Mr. Njenje said, although he might not have said so in so many words, in effect, the ambassador was telling them to stop the investigation. And Mr. Maklatuka said, the only aspect on which I differ with Ambassador Sheikh in his evidence before the Commission is the place where the meeting with the President took place. So the versions are compatible, if not precisely the same in their description of the detail.
Okay.
I want to put the outcome to you, Ambassador. There were two consequences of that meeting. The first is that the top three went to see the President to discuss the continuation of the investigation. Correct?
I don't know. I said I was not aware of that meeting. It's what I've read. Yes.
There's no basis upon which, or knowledge that you have to contradict that. Right.
Yes, correct.
The second thing is the investigation, to all intents and purposes, stopped.
But Mr. Pretorius, really, who stopped the investigation?
Well, that's precisely the point. Three persons who were intent.
Let me start with this. Let me start with this.
Again, Mr. Ambassador, you asked him the question, Ambassador. Let him respond. Mr. Pretorius, you were responding.
Three persons intent on pursuing an investigation meet with you in Cape Town, hear what you have to say, decide they have to go to the President to clarify whether this investigation can continue or not, and conclude after meeting you and after meeting the President that the investigation should stop. And it does stop, despite their keenness and despite their intent to conduct the investigation, it stopped.
What I can say, it was not stopped by me. I don't know who stopped it.
Yes,
the evidence, let me explain why. Because it was not stopped by me. The statement of Mr. Sheikh is the only statement. The other two directors will not clear that there was no instructions from me to stop the investigation. I'll ask if you can go. That's why we asked to cross-examine these people, because we're going to expose the lies of Mr. Sheikh that I instructed the investigation to stop. He's the only one who's saying that. But even him, he said, even if I instructed, they were not going to stop. So why did they stop? So, because clearly others were clear that at no stage they said they must stop the investigation. I can go through their statements if you want to.
Well, so can we, and we will do so, Ambassador, but for the present, you make the point precisely. They did stop the investigation.
Not by me.
Well,
1 second, Mr. Pretorius. If Ambassador, you wanted to refer to certain statements or evidence by them, I want to give you that opportunity, because it's a very important part of the issues that we are looking at. If you particularly wish to draw to my attention certain statements which support what you are saying, that's fine.
Okay. Maybe in general terms, I'll go then to maybe Makatuga's statement.
Yeah.
If you read the judge's statement, first one, because there are so many versions of these statements. The judge, I think, is only one who wrote one statement. So affidavit. Others wrote 2 or 3. And he never even mentioned the meeting in Cape Town. Let me come to Makatuga. Now, I hope, because I've read these things, but I'm trying to get what the document is.
Well,
Makatuga, whatever, in his first statement.
Well, hang on one second, Ambassador. Yeah. Mr. Pretorius, are you able to assist the ambassador to tell him where to find Mr. Makatuga's affidavit?
I think I found it. Exhibit PP3.
The exhibit PP3. What bundle is it? Are you able to?
And then go to Annex MM1, the first statement.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
PP3, I've got it. Yes.
Just trying to get to the point.
Yes, I see that on this one you won't find black numbers for pagination, but you can use the red numbers for this one.
They hadn't been invented by that stage, Chair.
Yeah.
I'll try and get it. But,
where is it in this?
Well, I can tell you that I see in paragraph 4, Ambassador, in Mr. Makatuga's statement, which I think is the first one, in paragraph 4, he said, no, not paragraph 4, paragraph 7, at the end, he says,
yeah.
Yeah, is that the paragraph you are looking for?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, read the relevant part that you want to draw my attention to.
Yeah, paragraph 7. If you go to what is that with page 3 on top, where
Yes.
you're written, you said the meeting ended without resolving the matter.
Mm-hmm.
Later, we learned from the media that minister has instructed us to stop the investigation. He learned from the media. I don't know which he learned him from. I have to say that I do not recall him having given such an instruction. He put it very clear that I didn't give such instruction. So, Mr. Pretorius, you say they are collaborating. The second statement of Mr. Makatuga is trying to collaborate what Mr. Sheikh was saying, but even there, it doesn't say that I said it, I must stop the investigation.
Yes, okay, all right.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Pretorius.
So the conclusion is wrong, Chair. Mr. Pretorius' conclusion is wrong.
Mr. Pretorius?
Let's deal with the first statement of Mr. Makatuga, which appears at page 12 of that bundle of exhibit PP3.
Are you referring to an annexure to his statement?
No, I'm referring to his first statement at the beginning of the bundle, Chair.
Oh,
Yes, correct.
okay. Yeah.
Page 12.
That starts
Paragraph-
from what paragraph?
Well, the investigation into the Gupta affairs is dealt with at page 12, paragraph 52, but I want to refer the ambassador to paragraph 58 on page 14.
No, it looks like Mr. Pretorius, you and I, there's something wrong with
I'm here to
our
explain.
references. You said you are looking for Mr. Njenje's statement, Mr. Pretorius, that's right?
Mr. Makatuka.
Mr. Makatuga. And we are using the bundle that we're using just a few minutes ago when the ambassador was looking for a page.
Yes, we're in exhibit PP3. I'll come to Njenje in a moment. Chair.
Okay, no. I'm looking, I think we were not, I don't think we were in that one. I don't know if it's a duplication. Okay, I've taken another one now that has got PP3. The other one has got, you said page 12. I think I've got the right one now.
Yeah, and if you could go to page 14.
Page 14. Yes, I've got page 14. Have you got it, Ambassador?
Yes. Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Paragraph 58. Minister Cwele stated that he had called us to the meeting because he had been told that Mr. Njenje was conducting an investigation into the relationship between the Gupta family and the former president, which he believed to be irregular. He paused there and looked around at us to, I believe, gauge our reaction. Then there is an interlude, paragraph 59. Paragraph 60 reads, after the presence of the minister's officials had been sorted out, Minister Cwele stated that he objected to the Gupta investigation because, in his view, it was not being pursued bona fide, but was rather being pursued by Mr. Njenje in order to protect his own business interests, which were in conflict with those of the Guptas. Do you see that?
Yes.
Then over the page, paragraph 61, Minister Cwele never responded to this, and that's what is set out in paragraph 60. And it was clear that we would not be able to resolve the issue with the minister. I therefore told Minister Cwele that there were no purposes in debating the issue any further and that it was our intention to take the matter up with the former president directly. Paragraph 62. I do not remember the minister categorically and directly instructing us to stop the investigation. However, he made it quite clear by his attitude to the investigation that it should be stopped. He was not interested in the merits of the investigation and sought only to question Mr. Njenje's motives for pursuing it. You see, that's his version.
Okay. Let's start in paragraph 58.
5.8.
No, yeah, paragraph 58 in page 14.
Okay.
Yes. So I've explained the reason why I called the meeting. I did not call the meeting because of the relationship between Gupta and the president. I called the meeting because of the alleged illegal interception. So I just want to put that on record because that's what he says. And and also on page 60, the way that paragraph is written, I tried to explain to the chairperson that not that Njenje's business was in conflict with the Gupta's business. They were business partners, according to what he said in that meeting. So, and page 61, I've explained here. No one said they are going to the president. And as I said, if you want the truth, get the transcript of that meeting. Because at one stage, some of them give the meetings took very short. And because there was a disagreement, people walked out. It's not true. We finished the meeting correctly, very late, after lengthy discussions. And I summarized what was my concern and what should happen, as I've explained to the chairperson.
Would
I
this
was
be,
not aware that they were going to see the president. I'm just trying to put that. Yeah.
would the information be, would there be any declassification necessary to obtain the transcript or the minutes and so on, as far as you know?
All the documents, why I can't get all of them? They are kept there as classified documents, even the transcript recording.
Okay. Okay. No, that's fine. Okay.
But
Mr.
if he maybe to conclude, he still says I didn't give any instruction. I don't know where this thing Mr. Pretorius get that I gave instruction.
Well, he read earlier on, you may recall, he read a passage where, as I recall, one of them said in his statement or affidavit that you, in effect, stopped or instructed them to stop, even though, I'm putting that now in my own words, even though you did not expressly give the instruction. Mr. Pretorius said, referred to a passage where somebody, one of them, was saying, in effect, your opposition was such that even though you were not saying, stop this thing, to them it was clear that you were actually saying they must stop it without expressly saying so. That's my understanding of a passage that he read. But and another one, I think it is Makretuga, says he has no recollection of you giving an instruction to stop. And then, of course, I think Mr. Sheikh is saying, no, you did actually give the instruction. But I think maybe we have given the matter enough consideration. Maybe we should move on. Mr. Pretorius?
Yes, well, if we could just clarify Mr. Njenje's evidence. That was clarified in the transcript of his evidence of 26 November. Passages appear at SSA 5, page 303 to 304.
Okay.
Which document now?
Same, bundle SSA 05, the document before you, Ambassador, page 104 to 105.
104 to 105.
Yeah.
Is it a transcript or a statement?
No, I'm sorry, Ambassador. We must look at the page numbers at the top of the page. It's page 303. My apologies.
That can't be the same bundle then, Mr. Pretorius.
It can, Chair.
Because the same bundle goes up to 161.
No. It's bundle 5, SSA 05 I'm referring to.
Yeah. Okay, bundle 5, what page again?
303.
Okay.
There's a page with the SSA 05305 on the left.
303 on the left, yeah.
Okay.
The black numbers. Use the black numbers, Ambassador. Page 303. Have you got it?
Yeah, they're all black here.
Well, I've got black and red. Have you got the right bundle?
Got the right.
There's no red ink in China.
Okay, all right. But you're on the right page. Okay, continue, Mr. Pretorius.
On page 303, halfway down the page, the issue is raised by you, Chair, about whether Minister Cwele instructed the three to stop the investigation. The chairperson says, and I'm going to go just to the outcome of the discussion, at the bottom of the page says, so you say he might not have put it in so many words, but as far as you are concerned, that was the effect of what he was saying. Director Njenje on page 304, that is correct, Chair. So that's Njenje's version. The outcome must be seen, Ambassador Cwele, against the background of your raising, whether as an abuse of resources or otherwise, your opposition to the investigation continuing whilst the conflict of interest, as you alleged, continued. That matter was not resolved at the meeting, according to Mr. Makatuka and according to Mr. Njenje and according to Mr. Sheikh. And that is why they went to see the president.
I don't know why they went to see the president, but I want to put it here because now I was not given a chance to cross-examine this gentleman. If you check what they record, what happened when they met the president, they didn't discuss the issue of the meeting in Cape Town. If you read what I think is Mr. Moshe Kakan, they discussed the issue of some jury report. That's the first thing. So it is not correct that they went there, in my own view, just because there was some concerns in the meeting in Cape Town. No one, I repeat, no one told me that they were going to see the president. And as I've said, Mr. Chairperson, you can have as many versions on this matter. The truth will come from those transcripts. Yes.
Yes,
because they themselves, they are clear that I never instructed, most of them. But when they are come, but Mr. Moshe said this, oh, yeah, the minister is angry. Oh, yeah, maybe he said it not in words, but by expression. I don't know what that means. Two of them agreed that I never gave such instruction.
Oh, that's not entirely correct, but Ambassador, let's move on. I just want to put one proposition to you. When this investigation was initiated, the top three were intent, for reasons that they explain, on pursuing the investigation. Their evidence, you agree with that, at least?
Yes, I'm listening.
Do you agree with that proposition? They wanted this investigation to be pursued.
Yes, I'm listening.
No, do you agree with that?
I don't know. I was not in their meeting. I cannot comment on that.
You sat in a meeting with them for several hours, Ambassador. You must have concluded that they wanted this investigation to continue. It was you who raised objections to it continuing.
No, I didn't raise, Mr. Pretorius, any objection for a legitimate investigation to continue. I repeat, I've said it several times today.
The point I'm making is a different one.
Hang on. Don't speak at the same time. Let the ambassador finish, Mr. Pretorius.
Thank you, Chair. I'm saying, I want to repeat for Mr. Pretorius. At no stage did I ever stop any legitimate investigation.
You might have stopped.
I never gave any instruction, and I've pointed out to you, even in their statements, where they clearly say, I never gave such instruction.
They left that meeting with the clear understanding that you opposed the investigation. That is the evidence. But I don't want to go there because the record is clear, Ambassador, and we can debate for many days the nuances of the language. What I want to put to you, which you seem to be unwilling to concede, is that the top three wanted this investigation to continue, and that was made clear to you in the meeting.
Yes, but I never stopped any investigation. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not dealing with that issue at the moment, Ambassador. What I'm putting to you is that they were intent on pursuing this investigation to finality. You will surely concede that. Good. After meeting with you and after meeting with the President, the investigation was stopped. Would you concede that?
No. The investigation was not stopped after meeting with me. If you look, Mr. Pretorius, I'll tell you why. If you look at their statements, they were clear that even if, that's what they said, even if both Mo and Makachuga, even if I was against, they were going to continue.
Yes.
Which is
and then
true.
Finally, no, but
now, I'm still answering you. I'm still answering you. Because
yes, continue, Ambassador.
For whatever reason, they went to the President because they have this belief, if I read their documents, that if the President says stop, they won't proceed with investigation.
Yes, okay, Mr. Pretorius.
In their statements, it's there. You can go through it if you give me time. I can go through those statements.
Ambassador, I made it very clear, and their evidence is very clear, that after the meeting with you and after the meeting with the President, that investigation stopped.
Okay. Do you want me to refer to the statement, Secretary?
I know the statement you're referring to.
No. Because you're saying I'm not speaking the truth.
Hang on 1 second, Mr. Pretorius and Mr. Ambassador. Let me ask this question before you refer to the statements, Ambassador. In terms of time, if we talk about time, do you know roundabout when, after you had met them, that investigation stopped? Do you know about how long it took before you got to know that the investigation was no longer being pursued? Because I assume you must have been told at some stage that it was no longer being pursued.
I was never told that it's not being pursued, Chair.
Yes. But I guess that wouldn't you need to know from time to time what was going on in order for you to have to play your oversight role? Would they not be needing to give you reports from time to time of certain investigations, maybe at least, maybe not all of them?
Mr. Chair, yes, what is normally happens, once they've concluded their report, they then give me a report. I never received any report until they left.
But before they conclude the investigation, would they not, generally speaking, give you updates from time to time regularly, particularly maybe with regard to certain investigations, maybe not all of them, certain important ones?
Yes, if there's an important investigation, they will give update if they produce a report.
Yes.
Then I'll ask for an update. There was never a report on this matter.
Yes. And you did you ever get to know whether the investigation had stopped, or until you left the position of Minister of State Security, you didn't know whether it was still going on or not?
I didn't know.
Oh, okay. Mr. Pretorius?
Well, it seems that you are in no position, Ambassador, from what you're saying now, to comment on the proposition that the top three concluded after their meeting with you, and I stress this, after their meeting with the President, the investigation should stop, and it was stopped.
I've stated my position, Mr. Pretorius. I never stopped any investigation. I repeat.
That's a different point, Ambassador. I'll put it to you again, please. Are you able to dispute the evidence that the top three stopped the investigation after they had met with you and with the President?
I don't know when they stopped the investigation.
You don't know, all right.
Yes, I've said that.
What you do know and what you do say is that you inquired as to whether they had the designation from the judge, and you never received that designation.
I did say that.
Okay.
Following my meeting with the Deputy Director of MIA.
Let's move on then to another issue, and that is the Principal Agent Network, PAN. We've been told in evidence, and I don't think there will be any difference between us, Ambassador, that the establishment of a principal agent network is an accepted practice in intelligence agencies worldwide.
That's correct.
Provided it's properly done.
Yes.
Right. And what it is the recruitment of principal agents outside the agency who in turn handle sources and agents in order to accumulate intelligence. More or less, I'm again conceding.
It depends. It would depend on the nature of the operation. If it's a deep cover operation, it should not link to the agents at all. So if it is a deep cover.
Right.
But if it's not a deep cover, it should be part of the intelligence system.
And whilst you were a minister of the State Security Agency, a PAN was established, Principal Agent Network was established. Or was it established before you?
Before me.
Right. You had concerns about the implementation of the project whilst you were minister. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you state these concerns in your evidence. In fact, you say that the work to clean up the PAN program was initiated by you soon after your appointment. You want that reference?
Yes.
Page 717 of bundle SSA 05 at paragraph 26.
Page 717.
717, yes, Chair.
The left pages, né?
Yeah, the black pages.
Okay. Which paragraph is it?
Paragraph 26.
26, yes. Yes, I'm there.
You say there that the work to clean up the planned program was initiated by yourself soon after your appointment.
That's correct.
Right? And your concern, as appears at page 754 of the same bundle, paragraph 2.1, was that
754. Let me just go there.
What page is that, Mr. Pretorius?
754.
Okay.
Mm.
754, yes, Ms. Paragraph.
One of the concerns, as appears from the summary of the PAN investigation, which we'll come back to later, was that there was an overspending of allocated budget and a subsequent use of rollover funds and budget savings. That's just one of the concerns.
Okay, let me just get it. It's 7, I think I'm in the wrong page. Page?
754.
754.
Yes, it's not your affidavit. It's merely a summary of the PAN investigation.
Oh,
But-
I thought I'll stick to my. Yeah.
You express your concerns differently, and perhaps we should go straight there. Ambassador, can I take you to a different passage?
Mhm.
If you go to page 689 of your affidavit at para 13.
That's 689 of bundle 5, but
Yes.
that happens to be his affidavit. 689.
Yes, I'm there, Chef.
Okay.
You say in paragraph 13, I did in fact task Njenje to investigate the activities of what was called the Principal Agent Network PAN program. I did hold a view that the PAN program required closer scrutiny. In particular, one of the elements of my concern was that the PAN program started with a relatively small budget, which ballooned almost tenfold over a short space of time, and with questionable acquisition of operational, movable, and fixed assets. The State Security Agency has since stopped the program and recouped some of the assets.
That's correct.
That's correct, is it?
That's correct.
You make several references in your affidavits, Ambassador, to the activities that required scrutiny in the PAN program. Would it be fair to say that there was a need to investigate criminal activity?
Yes, let me just answer. As I've said, the PAN program investigation, I asked it to be instituted well before the 3 gentlemen were employed. For the reasons, not that I asked them, they found the investigation going and I asked them to continue and I briefed them on the investigation. There were different reports. Of course, we are correct that my concern, this was not supposed to be a deep cover operation. It was supposed to be some cover operation, Principal Agent Network. I was concerned about the budget ballooning. I was concerned because the first person who raised the matter with me was the CFO, the then CFO, even before I was still a chair, just before I got appointed. that he was concerned, the CFO of NIA was concerned about the way of funds which were not accounted and the demand for budget, and that this program was taking the operational budget, particularly of the provinces and other operations. So it was like siphoning the budget of the domestic branch, or what was called NIA then. So that was my concern. We looked at its establishment. Yes, it was authorized by the minister, the then minister. Then I said, because this thing is ballooning and there is no accountability of money, let the agency do its own investigation. There were several investigations. Our first one was an audit. The second one was a counterintelligence operation. And the third one, which concluded in 2013, was what I tasked the Inspector General to do, because at that time, we were clear that there were some disciplinary cases which need to be done, and we're also clear that there may be criminal charges that may need to be charged.
All right. There was an internal audit conducted which raised issues concerning maladministration and non-compliance with directives. Do you recall that?
Right.
And the internal auditors, in fact, recommended a full and independent forensic audit be conducted.
That's correct.
Right. And pursuant to that internal audit, Director Njenje appointed an investigation team during 2010 to investigate maladministration and allegations of financial irregularities. Is that correct?
That was the second investigation, which I said was a counterintelligence.
Right. Now we have a summary of that investigation, which has now been declassified, and it appears at page 754 and following. You see that?
Yes.
Now we can go into the text of the summary if you wish, but I could put it to you at a high level that this report has not one, but many allegations of criminal activity. You must be aware of this report. It was presented to you, apparently.
I'm just trying to see what the date of the report.
Okay. I don't think it's here.
There is no date.
Like I said, there were many update reports, Mr. Pretorius. And after getting all these reports, I took a vision because it was clear that we may have to pursue criminal investigation.
Yes, well, just for completeness, if you look at page 754, para 1. It reads, the purpose of this report is to provide a summary of the findings as contained in the final report of the PAN program investigation with reference SSA/6/1/4/5 dated May 2012 that was presented to the Minister of State Security and the Acting Director General on 19 June 2012. You see that?
On page 54.
Page 754.
754, paragraph 1.
Using the black numbers on the left-hand corner.
Yes.
Have you found it?
Yeah.
Okay. Paragraph. He's reading from paragraph 1.
Hmm.
Well, Mr. Pretorius, maybe it's convenient to take the lunch break now. It's 1 o'clock. So if he wants to refresh his memory, he can do that.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, let's do that. Ambassador, let's, and Mrs. Mayor, let's take the lunch break. We'll resume at 2 o'clock. We adjourn. exactly why I was delayed. Today looks like a very abnormal day. First of all, my registrar is sick and she couldn't come here. Then the technical glitches, then other things that happened outside the commission, which affect the commission nevertheless. So, but it's okay. Now we can continue.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Chair.
Chair.
Thank you.
Ambassador, we were dealing with the summary of the PAN report, which appears in bundle SSA 05 at page 754 and following. We dealt with paragraph 1. I'd like to refer you to paragraph 2.3, please.
I'm mixing them up.
Bundle 5, remember where there was the summary of the PAN report of the findings.
It's page 700.
754. Black numbers left top corner.
I think I mixed it. I'll go back to it now.
Okay.
Should be this one. I'm just trying. I don't know if I mixed my file. Number 4 in my 2.
That's the report that Mr. Pretorius had started asking you questions on just before we adjourned.
Okay, I think I'm
754.
Yes.
Paragraph 2.3.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Pretorius.
It reads, Ambassador, as follows. During the course of the investigation, the investigators identified numerous incidents of breach of the State Security Agency's regulatory framework, as well as the irregular authorization and utilization of funds. The result of the investigation indicates that there is sufficient indication to institute criminal investigations against the following persons, as well as against certain persons still unknown. And then there's listed a number of 14 persons. We don't need to mention the names or the pseudonyms for the present. Do you see that?
That's correct.
The report goes into further detail, including the illegal bugging of the work of the internal auditors in the boardroom at SSA. But if one goes to page I'm going to try and cut this down, but if one goes to page 760, under the head operational projects, paragraph 5.3 on page 761 reads, all indications are that criminal offences in terms of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act 2004, as well as the Public Finance Management Act have been committed. You see that?
That's paragraph.
5.3 on page 761.
Oh, 1. Yes, yes.
And then paragraph 5.4 refers to a series of incidents and concludes, there are strong indications that offences in terms of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act 2004 have been committed.
That's
You
correct.
see that. And then under paragraph 6, the conclusion in paragraph 6.1, having referred to certain incidents, is the following. It reads, it is clear that forgery and uttering fraud and various offences in terms of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act 2004, as well as the Companies Act 2008, have been committed. You see that?
That's correct.
Similar comments are made in relation to other circumstances in paragraph 6.2, 6.3, 6.4. You see that?
Yes.
Then in paragraph 9.1.
Mr. Pretorius?
Yes, Chair.
I don't know whether the problem is on my side only, but you were frozen initially, but now I think I've lost connection. Can you hear me or not?
I can hear you perfectly, Chair.
Oh, okay.
The
technician will help me here.
Now you have frozen, Chair. Can you hear me, Chair?
I can hear you, yes. It's just that I don't see you.
The technician is on the way to sort it out, DCJ?
Yeah, the technician seems to have sorted it out for now. Can you hear me, Mr. Pretorius?
Yes, I can, Chair.
Okay, all right. Let's continue. Maybe start a few, 2 or 3 sentences back because you were frozen when you were still speaking.
Right. In paragraph 6, there are at least 4 conclusions in relation to different circumstances along the lines of forgery and uttering, fraud and various offences in terms of the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act and other acts having been committed. I'm summarising at a high level, Ambassador.
Yes.
Right. If I can go then to paragraph 9.1, and I've just extracted by way of example some of the findings in the report, just to illustrate what you've already fairly conceded, Ambassador Cwele, that we had to do here with criminal conduct. If one goes to paragraph 9.1, there is a section that deals with liaison with law enforcement agencies. 9.1 reads, during a meeting at OR Tambo Airport with the Minister of State Security on 9 November 2010, it was resolved that the CSU matter, that's the matter we're talking about, will be referred to the National Prosecuting Authority forthwith for a criminal investigation into the alleged irregularities in the PAN program. Was that decision made as recorded there?
Yes, the decision was to refer it to law enforcement agencies.
Right. Then in paragraph 9.6, after a series of procedural matters had occurred, the following appears. On 23 February 2011, the investigation team met with representatives of the SIU and it was resolved that the SIU will conduct a pre-assessment investigation commencing on 28 February 2011. Do you recall that having occurred? And a pre-assessment investigation is an investigation which is conducted to place before the President to issue a proclamation directing the SIU to continue with its investigations and other work in relation to particular matters. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm listening.
Right.
I don't know about the pre-assessment in that context. Let me say why I was posing. The pre-assessment was explained that after initial investigation, they estimated that there was some amount which was supposed to be paid. That was my understanding, their preliminary investigation.
Yes.
That's correct.
There were discussions about the amount to be paid. That amount was reduced significantly in the course of time.
That's correct.
If you would bear with me a moment, Chair. Would you please, Ambassador, go to page 786 of Bundle 5. Now, these documents are the fruits of investigation that took place over the weekend, and this affidavit was only very recently obtained, and I hope it has reached you. If not, I'm going to have to read it to you.
No, I don't have. Mine ends at 783.
Right. My apologies. Chair, do you have page 786 in your file? Just find out. Chair,
it seems the details has been disconnected. Could we please have a moment to sort that out?
Ambassador, I'm informed that it was sent to your attorney at 10:41 this morning. I don't know.
I've not received it, sir.
I'm sorry?
I've not received it.
All right. Well, I'll give you the gist of it. Because I don't think it's controversial.
No, I don't have any mail.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
all
we
right.
can, DCJ.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Pretorius, continue. This
Do you have an affidavit of Peter Henry Bishop at page 786? Of bundle 5.
That is the same bundle. Have you got it, Ambassador?
No, mine ends at 783.
Oh,
It was sent this morning. This is the product of an investigation that took place over the weekend. It was sent this morning to the ambassador's attorney, but I believe has not reached ambassador's email. Be that as it may, Chair, I can just place, they should not be controversial, and if there is controversy, we can deal with it, but if I could just place the facts attested to by Peter Bishop.
Yeah, okay.
During March 2011, he says, Ambassador, he served as a member of the Executive Committee of the Special Investigating Unit and was appointed as the Acting Projects Director and Head of Operations. Do you know that, or are you able to comment?
No, I cannot comment because I don't have anything which says that.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
Paragraph 4 reads, on 31 March 2011, I prepared and forwarded an overview to the then head of the National Intelligence Agency, Mr. L.G. Njenje, of the SIU's business proposal to assist the NIA with a preliminary assessment of alleged irregularities in relation to the COVID Support Unit's Principal Agent Network program. He then continues to say, the business proposal came about after several meetings were held in March 2011 between members of NIA and my office. At the meetings, NIA requested that the SIU appoint a dedicated capacity to, firstly, identify, investigate, and redress improprieties, including fraud, corruption, and maladministration within NIA's COVID Support Unit Principal Agent Network program. 2, facilitate the recovery of any losses incurred. 3, facilitate the laying of criminal charges where evidence collected supports such improprieties / allegations. He then continues to say the purpose of conducting of a pre-assessment once a government agency requests the SIU's assistance is to establish whether grounds exist to apply for a presidential proclamation for purposes of investigating such alleged irregularities. Then paragraph 7, after I had forwarded the overview of the SIU's assessment to Njenje, I received a call from one of the NIA members that had met with me and requested if I could amend the costing. I subsequently discussed this with the then head of the SIU, Mr. Willie Hofmeyer, who agreed that we reduce the project cost. That issue you seem to have some knowledge of, Ambassador.
Yes, I did hear about that.
Yes. Then paragraph 8, shortly after I had received, if I can start again, I'm sorry. Shortly after I had advised NIA that the SIU would consider reducing the said project costs, I received another phone call from NIA who advised that NIA's management had advised that the investigation should rather be dealt with by the Inspector General of Intelligence. The SIU had no further dealings thereafter with the NIA with regards to the PAN investigation. Does that record of the facts insofar as they are alluded to by Mr. Bishop accord with your own understanding of this situation?
No, I think some of them, I know that there was, I did receive, like I said, there were many reports and updates I was receiving on this matter. Even this one, which we have just read earlier on. That's why I was asking what was the date of it, because there were many reports, not only that one. Yeah. I'm aware that there was approach to NPA, there was approach to police, there was approach to SIU. I remember during one of the discussions that the issue of the SIU initial was the cost. And then I was informed that they were negotiating them down. I can't remember what was the finalization of it. The rest of the statement I cannot comment on.
Well, the essence of what is said in the papers and in the summary to which I've just referred is that and in the affidavit of Mr. Bishop, is that the SIU was the law enforcement agency finally tasked to conduct the investigation and to deal with criminal prosecutions. That's the first point. That's clear from the documentation. The second point is that it was taken away from them on the instructions of the NIA. That is the SSA.
I don't know about that.
Well,
you say the instruction came from the top management. It was not the top management.
no, I understand that. But
Yes.
here, I need to put to you how that came about, according to the witnesses. The first issue is that the investigation was taken away from SIU, and in its stead, the matter was referred to the Office of the Inspector General of Intelligence. You know that because you made that referral.
No, I'm aware of the investigation. I directed the investigation that we should also approach the Inspector General, not because there was investigation by law enforcement agencies.
Well, what happened?
The reason, listen, the reason why I asked the Inspector General, as I was saying, there were several issues. First, the reports, somehow they were not clear. They were somehow contradicting while they were agreeing on many issues. As you remember, the second thing was that there was also the issues, what do we start with? Other reports were suggesting we start with disciplinary measures so that we can get some of them becoming state witnesses, because we needed state witnesses in the case, which we didn't have. So there were these type of contradictions. You must also remember that intelligence is not given as evidence in courts. I asked an independent assessment by an independent board, which is Inspector General, which could assist us also on taking matters forward while they were reporting to the law enforcement agencies. And I'm aware because the Inspector General did release the report, I think it was beginning of 2013.
Well, let's not confuse the issue with respect, Ambassador. The fact is that there were serious allegations of criminality tabled in an internal report.
I'm saying
we've agreed that
the investigation by the Inspector General was not because there was something done by law enforcement agencies.
No,
it was to assist with our own reports which we had. That's all what I'm saying.
Step by step. The first proposition is that a number of allegations of serious criminality were tabled in an internal investigatory report of the SSA. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Bishop. If you remember, this report, as I said, it started very early. It was started by me. I was really concerned about the possibility of corruption here. I'm the one who started this thing when I was appointed. I'll come back when I'm dealing with my statement on this matter so that you understand clearly.
Right.
Even let me finish. Even the top officials you're relying on, they said the report by the time it was implemented was almost 70% done. There were issues, I'm telling you, so that you understand what were the challenges. We did recover a lot of assets even before the three gentlemen were appointed. Not that we're sitting down and just conducting investigation. We stopped funding this PEN program. And we try to identify the assets they were having so that we don't lose them. These were things which were done internally by the SSA, mainly by NIA, who were giving me progressive reports on a regular basis. And we will have discussion after each and every report on the best way forward, on what are the gaps and what needs to be closed.
Ambassador, the point I was attempting to make was that an internal investigation report, which we've just summarized, tabled allegations of serious criminality. Is that correct?
That's correct. Many reports were pointing towards criminality.
Right. The second point that we've established is that the law enforcement agencies were approached, and these approaches culminated in a referral to the Special Investigation Unit. Now, I'm not too concerned with the sequence of events. You may differ, but the matter came before the Special Investigation Unit. We've agreed that, have we?
Yes.
According to Bishop, the matter was then taken away from them. In fact, they had to return all the documentation to the NIA. Can you dispute that?
I never had any interaction with Mr. Bishop. I don't know how can I answer that.
Well, can you dispute it is the question.
I can't dispute something I don't know.
All right, good.
Yes.
The matter was not again referred to any law enforcement agency after it had been removed from the SIU. It may have gone to the Inspector General of Intelligence, but it didn't go back to a law enforcement agency.
The Inspector General issue was not related to the reporting to the law enforcement agencies. That's the duty of an accounting officer, not a minister.
All right, so, but the proposition I'm making to you is that the matter never returned to the law enforcement agency network. That was the end of it, once it had been taken away from the SIU.
I'm not aware, because I've heard that they were engaging NPA, they were engaging the police, they were engaging the SIU. The last thing I heard about SIU was that the costs were high and they were negotiating to bring the prices down.
Yes, but we've agreed that you cannot dispute that at a stage the matter was removed by the NIA officials from the SIU. We know that. I can't understand why that creates difficulty for you, Ambassador.
It was not removed by me. You can ask that to the people who removed it. It was not removed by me.
Yeah, well, that's where I'm coming to, Ambassador. The further fact that appears from the evidence that we've obtained is that there have been no criminal prosecutions since then. In fact, the plan report one has given rise to no criminal prosecution whatsoever. You do know that? Well, Minister, you were the one who was keeping a close eye on these matters to the extent that you were instrumental in referring it to the IGI. You should have known.
That's correct.
Let me finish, please. You should have known that the law enforcement agencies were no longer involved. It had been removed from them and it was never returned to their jurisdiction.
How would I have known?
Because you were minister.
No, Mr. Bishop, I've told you. The issue of, no, listen.
Let him finish, Mr. Pretorius. Yes, Ambassador.
Saying the issue of reporting to law enforcement agencies was not done by me. It was the duty of the accounting officers. I was briefed, and I heard that they were discussing with the police, they were discussing with the NPA, and they were discussing with the SIU so that they can close the case. And so that was the duty of the accounting officers. Yes, while they were there, I was getting brief on these things. Even after the final report I got from the Inspector General, I did discuss with the management of the agency, which was existing. That was now in 2013, long before the three gentlemen have left.
Long after?
In 2013, you remember I said the final report of Inspector General came in 2013.
2014.
2013.
No, when did the three spokesmen? Ambassador Cwele,
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure that it's a reasonable answer that the decision to refer to a law enforcement agency was not yours. You had a supervisory duty.
I supported it. I supported it.
Let me finish, please. You had a supervisory duty. You kept a close eye on operations to the extent that you dealt very, very firmly with the failure earlier to obtain the directive of a judge. I simply find it difficult to accept, with respect, that you would not have known two things. One, that the PAN 1 investigatory issues were removed from the SIU and never returned to any law enforcement agency. And two, that no prosecutions were ever conducted, let alone successfully, arising out of the PAN 1 investigations. You must have known.
Let me help you. I think it was a Njenje's statement. Remember, no, Makaituga's statement. I can't remember exactly, but if you go to Makaituga's statement, he clearly said that he heard that it was stopped when he has left himself. Remember, he was the DG, the accounting officer. So now you are blaming me that I didn't know that it was stopped. I didn't know that it was stopped.
Well, I
was
find
not the only one, because some people decided to stop it.
I find it extraordinary that the Minister of State Security, who keeps a close eye on operational management issues, is very concerned about legality, receives a report with the allegations, most serious allegations contained in PAN 1, recommends himself that it goes to a law enforcement agency. It is then removed, never returns to a law enforcement agency, and there are no prosecutions. You must have known that as Minister.
No. As I said, there were a lot of outstanding issues when we took this thing to Inspector General. One amongst them was the risk assessment. Risk assessment was just to say, what is the likelihood? Is there anything which will compromise the agents of national security by going to court, so that we prepare ourselves for it? Because you know why? When things go to court, the judges, in our experience, they were not keen to say anything is going to be secret. We were not going to hide any corruption. All what we wanted was get a risk assessment so that we know that we have covered everything. We are not shocked as we move forward. That was the only thing which was outstanding from the SSA.
Well,
yeah, continue, Ambassador.
I say that was one of the things which was outstanding, and that's what Mr. Njenje was supposed to provide. And the issue of what we start with, we have explained. Whether we start with disciplinary issues, we try and get more witnesses from the people who were there, because at some stage, some of the reports were saying people are willing to be witnesses, but other reports were saying they are not willing to be witnesses. And that's why we then said, let them take it to the law enforcement agencies, and law enforcement agencies will do their own investigation and assist with the way forward.
is the purpose of a risk assessment to understand what the consequences of a criminal prosecution would be for state security?
No. It was not the issue of criminal prosecution. We remember we were the one who were concerned that our resources were abused. the issue of risk assessment. When you take things to court, even now you're showing me things of names of people who are blocked and so on. The courts, our experience, they were not prepared. That's why I was saying you cannot take intelligence to court. You can share intelligence with law enforcement agencies, like crime intelligence. Then they got intelligence, their intelligence is accepted in courts. But if you bring the type of strategic intelligence NIA brings, it always causes a problem because you don't know what else you're going to compromise in your own operation. That was a risk assessment, not to say we want to prevent the corruption, to say are there any risk, we should just be aware of them and put, normally where there are risks, you put mitigation, how you're going to deal with it.
So a risk assessment and the absence of a risk assessment would not prevent the matter being referred to a law enforcement agency for its investigation.
I agreed with the matter being referred to law enforcement agents. I've said that.
So, having agreed that the matter should go to a law enforcement agency, in particular this case the SIU, the matter is removed from their jurisdiction and never returns to a law enforcement agency. And secondly, no prosecutions result at all, despite the investigations and despite the content of the report. Those, I've asked that question several times. You've given what I don't hear as a clear answer.
My recollection, Mr. Pretorius, is that after I received the report of the Inspector General, I had a meeting with the top management then to say, here is the report. Then we have to find a way of moving forward with the report.
Yes, but that was in 2014, according to your evidence.
2013. It was not 2014. I don't know where you're getting.
I thought I heard that.
No, I said 2013.
Let me put to you the evidence of Mr. Njenje, of which you're now aware, Ambassador.
Yes.
Njenje said that whilst the matter was still in the hands of the law enforcement agencies, he received a call from you asking to meet you at OR Tambo International Airport.
Okay, which document are you referring to?
I'm referring to Exhibit PP3, para 23, at page LN06.
PP3 page
LN06.
L for Lulu, N for Nelly, Mr. Pretorius.
Shorts. LN06.
My PP3 says Mzugile Makaituga.
I may have the wrong reference. Just bear with me, please. Is it PP2? I have a profuse apology from across the table, Chair. PP2, my apology.
PP2.
PP2, LN06.
This is on Njenje.
Yes.
LN
06.
06. Yes.
The bottom of the page, paragraph 23.
Yes.
I'm going to read it.
Before you read it, Mr. Excuse me, Pretorius. PP, the bundle is PP, and then it's exhibit PP2. Is that right?
Yes, sure. It's behind a divider marked 2.
You know, these pagination arrangements that we had before can be quite very confusing now that we are used to just a sequential pagination. Sequential.
Highly efficient system, Chair. But this
okay.
is.
Did you say LN06?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, I'm there.
All right. Paragraph 23. May I put it on record?
Yeah.
Mr. Njenje says the following, Ambassador.
Mhm.
Quote, I got a call from Minister Cwele asking that we meet at OR Tambo International Airport. At the meeting, he told me about his meeting with President Zuma, where the latter expressed strong opposition in us taking Arthur Fraser to court. He said there were concerns of national security. I was gobsmacked, and all my attempts to something sensible from Minister Cwele drew a blank. I'm reading as it appears. He finally said it is the president's decision. I had the misfortune of having to go to my team of dedicated investigators and convey this decision by the president.
That's what he says.
Yes, and what do you say?
Say this is not correct. If you check my statement, I'm just trying to actually look.
You don't mention in your reply, you don't mention the airport meeting at all.
Okay, just help me. I've got so many replies on this matter. I've just tried to find out, but they are all the same.
Yes. Okay.
I'm just trying to get a response to paragraph.
SSA 505, page 692 to 693.
692, yes. Yes, I hope you have read my statement. Eh?
Yes, yes.
In paragraph 24, it says, can I read it for you?
Yeah, I read it.
There were various reports about pen problem. The investigation suggestion from investigators was that we follow disciplinary and the code routes as appropriate for alleged transgressors. The sequencing of the proceeding was still to be finalized. The risk assessment report on the impact on national security in relation to matters that were going to court was still outstanding. The agency promised to furnish me with the risk assessment. In my recollection, the final report of this SSA investigation team was submitted around November 2012. About a year after Njenje has left the agency. I hope you underline that. There were several contradictions in various reports of NIA investigation team. At about June 2013, I requested the Inspector General to conduct an investigation into the pen program of NIA with specific terms of reference. The investigation was concluded in 2013.
Well, Ambassador, Mr. Pretoria's proposition or question is, do you agree with this version that there was a meeting between you and Mr. Njenje at OR Tambo International Airport, at which meeting, according to him, you told him that you had had a meeting with President Zuma, where President Zuma had expressed strong opposition to taking Mr. Arthur Fraser to court, and that you said there were concerns of national security, and that you said the president had made a decision, which, as I understand it, was that that route should not be pursued. So his request is for your version on this issue.
No, that's not correct, Chair.
Mm.
As far as I could remember, yes, we had several meetings at the airport because it was on this matter. Some of the meetings were in my office, others were in the airport. If I remember, in one of the meetings, when they were taking and consulting with the law enforcement agency, I did raise the issue, where is the risk assessment? Because it was the concern, because remember, we're reporting even to the president. President never expressed any concern about pursuing the matter. He was also saying, but we must be careful and do the risk assessment like we have promised in our own report. So that would be my answer, Chairperson.
Mr. Pretorius?
Ambassador, the timing of the referral to the SIU and its recall from the SIU was in and about March 2011. That's according to the affidavit of Peter Bishop.
I hear that.
You, as a minister with supervisory responsibilities, had already directed that the matter should go to law enforcement agencies.
Yes, I agree that we should also involve law enforcement agencies.
The matter was removed from the law enforcement agencies.
I didn't remove any matter from law enforcement agents. I've said that.
But it was removed by the head of the NIA or the senior officials with NIA. The question is why? And the only rational explanation for that is that they received an instruction from above, and that could only have been yourself and the president.
That is totally incorrect. I'll tell you why.
Let me finish.
Yes.
Allow Mr. Pretorius to finish.
That is the only rational explanation for what we know occurred.
Okay, that's totally incorrect. Mr. Pretorius, I've told you, I was not aware of the stoppage of investigation. As I've said, the final report, even from the SSA, came in 2012, well after Mr. Njenje has left. So, in my view, there was no stopping of the work they were doing. That's why I asked you, this report you are telling me now, what is the date? Because I had so many reports. My recollection was that the final report was well after Mr. Njenje has left. So the notion that the things were stopped is not correct.
Well, once again, Minister Cwele or Ambassador Cwele, according to your evidence, you had several meetings with the leadership of the NIA or the SSA. You had a concern about the progress of the consequences of the PAN investigation. You met at the OR Tambo Airport, you met at your offices. Having instructed the matter to be taken to the SIU or to law enforcement agencies, are you telling me you never made a query as to the fate of that process and you never received an answer? That's extraordinary.
Yeah, that would be extraordinary if I instructed. I agreed with the accounting officer reporting the matter to the law enforcement agencies. Not as I instructed, I supported that very strong.
Mr. Pretorius.
And Ms. Cwele, I would like to put one more paragraph to you, which appears in SSA 05, page 766. This is, I'm reverting to the summary once more. 766, SSA 05.
Oh, this is the report with no date, no?
Yes.
Okay. Seven, 6, 6.
Yes.
Yeah.
It reads, during 2011, the investigation team also made a presentation in regard to the CSU matter, that's the PAN investigation, to the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, Minister J. Gigaba, in Cape Town, on instruction and in the presence of the Minister of State Security. Did you instruct that such a meeting take place, and was it held in your presence?
No, I don't recall instructing the minister with the Minister of Justice, to be honest.
No, it's an instruction to the investigation team to make a presentation to the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development.
No, I don't remember making any instruction.
All right.
It
continued. Minister Gigaba indicated that he has heard and seen enough, and that it is a prima facie case that must be dealt with by law enforcement. The minister also indicated that his department will render such assistance as may be required. Did that occur?
It may be correct, but I don't recall this meeting from the head.
Well, if I may just summarize.
I can't dispute that. Yeah.
Yes, if I may just summarize then, Ambassador Cwele. PAN 1 produced the most serious allegations of criminal conduct. The matter was referred to law enforcement agencies, in particular the SIU. The matter was retrieved from the SIU and they heard nothing more of it, nor did any other law enforcement agency. There were no criminal prosecutions to date that have emanated from PAN 1. And you must have known about that.
No, as I said, Mr. Pretorius, it will be strange. Even the DG said he was not aware that the matter has been stopped. You giving an impression that I was aware. I was not aware. If you read Makatuga's statement, he said he was not aware. He only read it when after he's left.
We're talking about you as the
my understanding, let me finish. My understanding, we were continuing with the work. I was continuing to get briefing until somewhere in 2012. Even after Mr. Njenje has left, the team was still working, didn't stop. I was not made aware that there's anything which is stopped by that side of the law enforcement agency. I was not. Even after receiving the final report from the SSA and the final report from the Inspector General, I called the management to continue with the work.
Well, we hear your response. I might just remark that Ambassador Makatuka had left the agency. He found out. It seems rather extraordinary that a hands-on minister with great concern who directed the matter to go to the law enforcement agencies in the first place didn't know about it.
Yeah, but Mr. Makatuka, did you read how did he find out?
My point is that you should have known.
Yes, if you
But
read
anyway,
that, then
dealt
you
with that.
notice.
I don't want to belabor the point yet again.
Yes.
Chair,
Ambassador Cwele,
Yes, Chair.
mention how Ambassador Maqetuga found out. Do you want to mention that?
I must go to my notes now because you see, okay. If you go to page 89 of Maqetuga, it's page P022.
Is it exhibit PP3?
I think it was, I'm just trying to find out now.
Or if you, maybe we might not need to go and check if you just read if you have got the paragraph.
No, I've just wrote summary. I say in that P002,
Yeah.
Maqetuga confirmed that when they came in, the investigation was already well on its way. Because I'm the one who started it. He then say on paragraph 90, Minister Cwele agreed with law enforcement agencies. It then, after 90, it then say he was not aware until Njenje gave evidence that it was stopped.
Okay. That's
so I'm just trying to say this thing of strangeness that I didn't know. Even the accounting officer was not aware until they gave evidence that it was stopped.
Okay, Mr. Pretorius.
Ambassador, do you dispute that the investigation was stopped?
I didn't stop the investigation. I don't dispute. From what I've read, Mr. Njenje stopped the investigation. I was not aware that he stopped the investigation.
Is it not a matter of concern to you as a former minister that arising out of the PAN investigation, there has been no conclusion of a criminal investigation and no prosecution? Is that a matter that concerns you?
Yes, I left the State Security Agency early in 2014. I don't know what happened thereafter.
No. Is it a matter that concerns you, Ambassador?
It will concern me, but what will console me, Mr. Pretorius, is that we stopped the funding of the agency, of that program, under my supervision. 2, we recovered most of the assets, whether is it houses, whether is it cars, we recovered those on behalf of the state, because that was a priority to us to minimize the risk while we were still trying to deal with issues of evidence, either for disciplinary case and for criminal cases.
Ambassador Cwele, I presume you accept the proposition that where there is an allegation of serious criminal conduct involving the abuse of state resources, it should be fully investigated by law enforcement agencies and prosecuted. Do you accept that proposition?
I agree. Thank you.
Chair, I know that the Commission is pressed for time. I would, in the ordinary course, have dealt with issues regarding the restructuring of SSA and the Ambassador's version in relation to that. I also would have dealt with the allegations made against Mr. Sheikh and certain other issues, but those can be dealt with by reference to the evidence, given your own time constraints and given the fact that I've expired, or my time has expired, both.
Well, how much time do you think that might need?
Chair, it would need another half hour really, but I
No,
would
no,
just
no.
like to place, I can cut it short by
Yeah,
just
half an
putting
hour.
facts to the ambassador.
No, half an hour might be fine, but I think we'll just need to adjourn a bit. I'll need to talk to the evidence leaders who are going to come in later. I think it should be fine. So let's just take a short adjournment, maybe 10 minutes, and then we will come back. We'll try and finalize properly.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we adjourn.
Remember, Mr. Makatuga was the attorney of this.
My proposition was not an argument, it was a question. What in paragraph 89 and 90 do you not agree with?
I said, I told you the things I agree with. In
Is there
89,
anything you don't agree with?
I may not agree with the language and all those type of things. That's why I'm saying I agree that most of the investigation started before them. I put the, I can take it through my statements because I've made statements on these matters.
I'm referring to the statement to which you've drawn our attention, Ambassador. Do you agree that criminality
go through my statement because I responded to the statement.
Hang on. Okay, Mr. Pretorius, I think to the extent that it's important to establish whether Ambassador is or agrees with the contents of those paragraphs, I think just take them one sentence by sentence and let's hear if he agrees with each sentence. I think that will be easier. And Ambassador, you listen to what he will be reading and indicate if you agree. If you don't agree with how it is put, but you agree with the substance, you can say you agree with the substance, but you would have put it in differently if you want to say that. Because I think Mr. Pretorius wants to be sure whether you have the same version as the version put in here in regard to the paragraph. So going to your statement is not going to help for now. It's not going to help. Later, before we finish, if you need to put it, to draw attention to how you put it in your statement, that can be done. But he just wants to know which parts, if any, in these paragraphs you take issue with. Mr. Pretorius, go ahead.
Maybe before that, if you may.
Yes.
As I said, yes, I can refer you. I've responded to this paragraph.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Even if you have responded, it's oral evidence now. So, yeah, you have got to deal with it orally for now. Mr. Pretorius, just go ahead in regard to the paragraphs in question.
Thank you, Chair. Ambassador, paragraph 89, it is said as follows: I wish to stress that by the time we were brought in to amalgamate the intelligence services, the expenditure on all PAN projects had already been suspended. Do you agree with that?
I agree.
The sentence continues, the investigation had virtually been completed. Do you agree with that?
Not 100%. That's why I say I refer, most of it has been done, but there were still issues, yes.
Criminality had been established.
The criminality was established at some stage, yes. Not in 2009.
The matter was then referred by Mr. Njenje to Peter Bishop at the Special Investigating Unit.
I agree with that.
Paragraph 90. In fact, Minister Cwele had himself taken the view that the investigators and the legal team headed by Advocate Willem Hanekom had exhausted all avenues of investigation and that it was now up to the law enforcement agencies to act against those implicated.
I don't fully agree with that. I agree, as I have told you, there were many reports, there were many outstanding issues. And I supported the issue of involving the law enforcement agency.
Okay.
Not that the investigation was virtually complete. The final report came in 2012.
All right. And why is it relevant to whether you as a minister with supervisory duties which you executed in detailed fashion, why is it relevant that Mr. Njenje learnt after his departure that something happened after his departure? Why is that relevant?
Mr. Makatuga. That's what the statement of Mr. Makatuga.
Yes, I'm sorry. Let me put it again. Why is it relevant that Ambassador Makatuka heard that Mr. Njenje had received an instruction from you after his departure from the SSA. Why is that relevant?
It is very relevant. I've said earlier, it is the duty of
Hang on,
the
Mr. Pretorius.
office. Yes.
Now, I think to Mr. Pretorius, he must give you a chance.
Oh,
yes,
sorry.
go ahead, Ambassador.
I'm saying it is very relevant because it is the duty of the accounting officer to report the criminal case where he suspected. It's not the duty of the minister.
No.
In terms of the PFMA.
No.
Listen, you don't allow me to ask me questions and you don't even listen.
Yeah, he will let you, he'll let you finish, Ambassador. Continue, Ambassador.
The point is relevant then. Here is an accounting officer. You remember the so-called Super GG was the main accounting officer. He said he was not aware that investigation was stopped.
Please, Ambassador, if you would hear my question. I know it's late in China, but what is said here is that after his departure from the SSA, Mr. Njenje was instructed by you to withdraw the PAN 1 report from the SIU.
He could not. Mr. Njenje left before Mr. Makatuka. He was the first to leave. It's not probable.
Let's, Ambassador, let's go slowly because it's clear that we are in a semantic quagmire here. What he says, let me finish, Ambassador. He says, I was unaware until I heard Mr. Njenje's evidence before the Commission that after my departure from the SSA, he was instructed by Minister Cwele to withdraw the PAN 1 report from the SIU. Do you understand what is being said there? Where's that sheet? You hear that?
Ambassador, can you still hear us? Looks like he's frozen. Ambassador? Yeah, it looks like he's frozen.
I'm going to move on, Chair. The point is clear.
Ambassador, can you hear us now? Okay, I think you must unmute yourself. Hello? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you now, Chair.
Oh, okay, all right. Mr. Pretorius?
Just give me the page. Yeah, I've moved on, but I can go back if you like. Paragraph 90, second sentence reads, Ambassador Cwele, I was unaware until I heard Mr. Njenje's evidence before the Commission that after my departure from the SSA, in other words, Ambassador Makatuka had left, he was instructed by Minister Cwele to withdraw the report from the SIU. So I don't understand why the fact that someone who had left the SSA didn't know what had happened is indicative of an explanation why the minister, the sitting minister, shouldn't know what is going on when these matters were directly under his instruction and supervision. But anyway, I'll put the question. I don't understand your answers and I'm happy to move on.
No, the answer is clear, Mr. Pretorius. You are refusing to say Mr. Njenje left before Mr. Maqetuka. Well before.
But your point is?
The point is, he, as an accounting officer, he says he was not aware until Mr. Maqetuka appeared before your commission that the investigation was stopped.
I understand that point.
Thank you.
Nevertheless, it doesn't explain why. We don't know why he knew, why he didn't know. But we do know that you were a minister, seized of these matters directly, under your control. You gave instructions to refer it to the law enforcement agencies. You gave instructions for the IGI to investigate, and you don't know that it was withdrawn. That is extraordinary, Ambassador.
It's not. You keep on saying I gave instruction to send to law enforcement agency. I supported that the matter should be referred to, because I'm not the one who refers the matter to the law. I didn't give instruction. I've dealt with that point.
All right. I'll refer to your affidavit in due course. Let's move on, if we may, to
yes.
TP3. Have you got that in front of you? Page 159.
Yeah.
This is the proclamation which effected an amendment to the Public Service Act, which in effect amalgamated the National Intelligence Agency and the South African Secret Service into the State Security Agency. On your advice, in its own terms.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in paragraph 12 of SSA 05712,
Paragraph 12 of
SSA 05712.
Is that the same bundle?
No, it's a different bundle, Chair. We're now going to SSA 05.
Okay, that's bundle 5.
Yeah.
And what is the page on bundle 5?
712.
Yes. Are you still looking for it, Ambassador?
Yeah, I'm just trying it. There's so many files here.
Yeah, no, that's right. 712 is the page, and it's bundle 5.
712.
Yeah. Black numbers, top left.
Almost there.
Okay.
712. 702 or 712?
712.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay, Mr. Pretorius.
The paragraph 12 to which I'm referring, Ambassador, refers to the very legislative process to which you referred earlier. It reads, Mr. Makatuka, having served as the Director General of the department, must know that there is a long and complex process involving many stakeholders, which results ultimately in a bill that gets passed by both houses of Parliament. In summary, a process of amalgamating various structures of intelligence would include a business case for the suggested change that must be approved by both Ministers of Finance and of Public Service and Administration, drafting of a bill by the department, certification of the bill by state law advisors, consideration of the bill by Cabinet, submission of the bill by Parliament, consideration of the bill by Parliament, and if passed, is signed into law by the President. So that is precisely the legislative process that should have taken place before the proclamation affected the amalgamation.
Mr. Pretorius, I fully agree with that statement I've put there. Unfortunately, I don't know who's the minister who signed there. That's not my signature. But the first starting point you do is to develop a business case. And that business case must be approved because we are changing the structure of a department. Must be approved by Minister of Public Service as well as Minister of Finance. After you have done that, you notify Parliament just for information. After you've done that, then you start the drafting process of the legislation. Clearly, this proclamation probably followed. You remember the president, after election, he reorganizes departments. And these things are done by proclamation and not by legislation. The legislation follows because there are these processes which need to be followed. You prepare the legislation, you send it for consultation, you send it to Cabinet, then you send it to Parliament. That's my understanding of the process.
That's a democratic process as enjoined by the Constitution that must take place before the amalgamation.
The proclamation is not amalgamation. The proclamation is an intent of this organization of the Department of State. It is done after each and every election.
No, Ambassador, if you read the proclamation, it affects the amalgamation. The schedule is actually amended by this proclamation, not by any subsequent legislation after the democratic procedure that you outline has been followed.
It was eventually amended. I told you the process in that paragraph. That was my understanding.
No, Ambassador.
Let's go to the proclamation. Let's go to the proclamation. Mr. Pretorius, can we find it easily or not?
Yes, page 159.
159.
That's dated 2009, Ambassador.
That's correct.
I'm sorry, that's 159 of, it can't be of the same bundle because I've got something else at 159.
Of PP3, Chair?
Yeah, we were at bundle 5.
No. Bundle PP3, Chair.
Yeah, you remember you said let's go to bundle 5 for that passage that you were reading.
Yes,
about
but
process.
we'll be back to PP3.
Yeah, but you didn't say so earlier, so that's why I was looking. I was looking at the wrong bundle. Okay, I'm at PP3 now. What page again?
159.
159. Okay, all right, I'm there.
That is the proclamation to which we are referring. It amends the Public Service Act, and it's dated 2009.
My understanding of this proclamation is a proclamation the president issues. It's not issued by me.
No, that's correct. It says it's issued on your advice.
The president, after each and every election, issues a proclamation and asks the Minister of the Public Service to reorganize the department. It happened each and every election, Mr. President, after each and every election.
It's a matter of law, Ambassador. We can argue till late today and even later on your part as to its meaning, but that's a matter of law and the chair will decide. This proclamation says what it says and it's dated 2009. That's all I'm putting to you.
What is the date?
59 of 2009. You see that? 4 September 2009 is the date of its signature by the President and the Minister, who's the Minister of Public Service and Administration. I must correct something I put to you. It wasn't on your advice. It was an advice of the Minister for Public Service and Administration.
Mr. Pretorius, I was in government. I was in government in most of the departments where I was serving. There were changes. I know that after each and every election, the president will announce which departments he wants, how he wants to reorganize the state. But anyway, it's not my proclamation. Let me just put it like that. But I'm aware of that. And that's a long process, which is done by Minister of Public Service and consulting the relevant department as you make changes. Then that is followed after that by a process of legislation, as I've put in my statement.
Ambassador.
And if you say that's a matter of law, I'm not a lawyer. But that's my understanding what has been happening in after each and every administration when there are changes.
Ambassador, the Constitution makes it very clear that reorganization of the State Security Agency can only take place through legislation. It may be so that other departments can be reorganized, but not the SSA. Do you know of that?
Mr. Pretorius, I've said there was a legislative process which was followed. The proclamation was proclaiming which departments are going to be formed. That's a wish of the president. It's not a wish of the minister. I'm not involved with that.
All right.
Yes.
It seems that this is a matter of stamina, Ambassador Cwele, and I'm going to see if I can last it out. In 2009, a proclamation was issued by the president under the hand of the president, amalgamating and reorganizing the State Security Agency. Do you accept that?
I see that.
Right.
Yes.
In 2013, the General Intelligence Laws Amendment Act purported to regularize that change, but only in 2013. Do you agree with that?
It didn't purport, it actually regularized that.
Well, there's doubt about that.
Went through Parliament, it was signed into legislation.
Let's accept your gloss on the evidence for the moment. The matter was regularized by the General Intelligence Laws Amendment Act in 2013. Do you accept that?
I accept it.
All right. I don't need to take that any further then. Then finally, you were at pains to take to task Mr. Sheikh. Your evidence on affidavit was quite clear that there was an SSA intelligence report adverse to him and that you invited him to respond to it. So far, I think we are in agreement.
That's correct.
You say in your affidavit he failed to do so.
That's correct.
Well, we've done some investigation on that, Ambassador. In fact, he did do so.
Not to me.
He was, on his version, instructed to make an explanation to Ambassador Maktatuka. Where is that?
That's not true.
Just looking for the relevant. You would just bear with me a moment, Chair. These documents, again, were the result of more recent investigations.
Okay. Which bundle are you using now? Is it still P3, PP3, Mr.?
We're now back on bundle SSA 05, Chair.
Okay.
Where's the letter? There's a letter. Do you have bundle 5, page 768?
768.
Yeah, bundle 5, page 768.
Is that SSA 057768?
No, SSA 768.
Yeah, let me open it. Yes, which 766 768.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
You have that?
Yes. It's a letter.
Yes, it's addressed to Ambassador Maktatuka.
Yes.
It's marked, well, it's not marked secret at all, but
It's marked secret.
no, it's not. I'll come to
It's
the
marked
secret
secret
part
at the
later.
bottom. It's at the bottom.
Yes, it's been declassified though. It reads, report of the Director of State Security Agency Foreign Branch, that's Mr. Sheikh, to the Minister of State Security on his involvement with the J&J Group's purchase of the ICOP mobile satellite system. Do you see that?
I see that.
He says, the above mentioned heading has reference. Attached, please find the report as requested by the Minister on 12 June 2011. And as further specified that this report be forwarded to him through your good office. I trust that you find this in order. Do you accept that that letter was sent?
I see the letter was sent. I don't know what is this report on the JGB group purchasing. It's not
Well,
the report. It's not the report I'm referring to.
No, but it's a report that you mentioned. It's a report of Ambassador Sheikh explaining the concerns raised in the SSA report. And that report by Ambassador Sheikh is at page SSA 05769 and following. In other words,
it's the first time I'm seeing this report. It was never sent to me by Mr. Sheikh, no Mr. Makletuga.
well, that's
The
not...
report, let me finish. The report I gave Mr. Sheikh. It was submitted to me by the director of the domestic branch, Mr. Njenje, earlier that year of 2010. And the report had serious allegations. I don't see that report attached yet. It had very serious allegations against Mr. Sheikh. I gave Mr. Sheikh the copy of the report, say, please respond to me this because it's quite serious on you. He promised that he'll respond, but there was never any report coming back except for verbal denial.
Well, this is precisely what I'm putting to you, Ambassador. And again, I understand it's late in the day, especially for you.
No, I'm very fresh. I'm very fresh.
I'm referring to at page 768 of SSA 05, and what is annexed thereto is the very report of Mr. Sheikh. It was forwarded to Ambassador Makatuka to be forwarded to you. He can't help it if it wasn't done or you didn't receive it. He did it.
Okay. I think maybe you might be talking at cross purposes. So as I understand what Mr. Pretorius is saying, Ambassador, and what you are saying you gave Mr. Sheikh a certain report that had serious allegations against him.
Yes.
And you are saying that this report that Mr. Pretorius is referring to is not that report. Mr. Pretorius is saying that this report that starts at page 769 is Mr. Sheikh's response to the report that you gave him, which you say contained serious allegations against him. Let me first check. Mr. Pretorius, is my understanding of what you are saying correct?
Yes, check.
Yes. Ambassador?
That's not true. I'm just reading this report now, Mr. Sheikh.
Okay.
It was never sent to me, first of all. To get the seriousness, if you mentioned, I remember I asked that the report which was given to me by SSA be declassified. I didn't speak about his response, that his response must be, because I never received his response. That report is not here. I don't know which report is this one.
Yes, no,
there
but
might be there been something about him with this report.
No, listen, Ambassador. I think you said you have not seen this report before.
Yes.
So you haven't read it, I would imagine. So what Mr. Pretorius is saying is that, in effect, Mr. Sheikh has said he did respond to the report you say you gave him. And he says he sent that report of his response to Mr. Makatuka to pass it on to you. So I think at this stage, what is important is that we know whether you ever received this report, and maybe you might not be able to say without having read it, whether you received it or not.
Okay. Mr. Chairperson.
Yeah.
I've just glanced through this report, as I've said. First, Mr. Sheikh alleges in his statement that I asked him to report to the DG on the report. I never asked that. I asked him to respond to me because it's me who was given the report. I told him that the report was serious and I have to report it even to the head of state because of his nature, but I want to give him a chance because it was serious. It was not about the purchase.
Okay, I think the way to
something deeper, Mr. Chair.
I think the way to deal with this, Mr. Pretorius, because Ambassador Cwele says he has not read it, let's leave it and give him a chance after the hearing today to read it and then send an affidavit where he will say, one, whether he ever received this report, two, whether he regards it as a response to the serious allegations that he says were contained in the report that he gave to Mr. Sheikh. But let him read it first after today's hearing, and then he can respond. I think that's the best way.
If I could just place two matters on record, Chair.
Yeah.
The first is that there is a full explanation on oath by Mr. Sheikh. The second is that Mr. Sheikh's version is that this report of his, that is Mr. Sheikh's, in response to the allegations raised against him, is a full explanation of all the circumstances, and that he in fact did supply the report, or intended to supply the report, his explanation that is, to the then Minister, Ambassador Cwele. We have asked the State Security Agency to provide us with a declassified version of the first report, not Mr. Sheikh's response, which we have here, of the first report. So my suggestion with respect, Chair, is that we get that declassified, we give that to the Ambassador together with the response, and it can be dealt with on paper.
Yeah, that's fine. Is that fine, Ambassador?
Thank you. That's fine with me. We've been asking for that, Mr. Chair, since 2019.
Yes. Okay. No, that's all right.
Chair, may I?
Oh, Mr. Semenya?
May I?
Yes.
There is great crossing of lines.
We kind of forget about you.
I know, I'm sitting quietly listening to all of this, Chairperson.
Yes, yes.
To me, we have written several letters, including with the application to cross-examine, that there is a report implicating Mr. Sheikh, which is classified in the possession of ministry. It is that report which is not in front of you as we speak. So to say there is a response to it is a non-answer with respect.
Well, as I understand the position, what Mr. Pretorius is saying, Mr. Semenya, is that I think in one of his affidavits, Mr. Ambassador Cwele alluded to having become aware of certain serious allegations against Mr. Sheikh, and my understanding would be that ahead of today's hearing, Mr. Pretorius would have raised those issues with Mr. Sheikh, and that what Mr. Sheikh probably has done is to say to Mr. Pretorius, I did respond to those allegations. Here is a document in which I responded, but we don't have the report to which he was responding. So the best way is therefore to try, as Mr. Pretorius suggests, and see if that report, a copy of which Ambassador Cwele gave to Mr. Sheikh, can be obtained. And then that report plus this response by Mr. Sheikh to that report or to the allegations in that document can then be studied by Ambassador Cwele, and then he can put up an affidavit where he says, I've read this response. Yes, I agree it is a response to the allegations, or no, I don't think it is, and I had not received it before, or something along those lines. Then we look at what will be in the affidavits. So that's the suggestion.
And I go along with the suggestion, Chairperson. The only point we're making, the context to that report is that according to Mr. Sheikh, the relationship deterioration between themselves and the minister at the time was the major problem. Then the minister says in his affidavit, no, Mr. Sheikh, my difficulties with you related to your conduct with foreign services, intelligence services. It is that document which we wanted classified, and it is still not at hand.
Yeah,
that's the only point you're making.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Okay.
If I may just say, we've asked for that document to be declassified. The SSA have come back to us saying that their offices are closed and we have got other explanations, but we're pressing them.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Pretorius?
I have no further questions, Chair.
Okay. Mr. Semenya, do you have any re-examination?
Yes, Chair. Can I put some few questions to the witness?
Yes, you may do so. Ambassador, your counsel will...
Your line is breaking for me, Chair.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now, Mr. Semenya?
Yes, Chair, your line is breaking. I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you quite well. I think maybe my...
Your line has frozen completely in...
Oh. The people helping me...
I can't hear you at all, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you hear me now? No. Let me get my staff to help me. They say I'm frozen. Can you hear me now?
Yes, you are frozen.
You're audible, DCJ. You're not frozen. We can hear you. I'm not sure. The problem might be
your
on
voice.
Mr. Semenya's side.
Or can you see me? And can you both see me and hear me?
What do you advise I do?
I can see you. I can hear you.
Mr. Semenya? Mr. Semenya?
Can you see me? Hear me?
I can hear you quite well. Can you hear me quite well? Mr. Semenya?
I can. Perhaps I can. Can I perhaps stop the video, but I will continue on the mic.
But I can see you well.
Okay.
I can see you well. Yes, okay, I can hear you. I can see you.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Let me proceed.
All right. Okay, all right. Okay, Ambassador, your counsel is going to put some questions to you now in re-examination. That is just intended to clarify issues where he thinks there is a need for clarification. Mr. Semenya?
Yes, Ambassador, as you know the characters of Mr. Sheikh Njenje and Mapetuka, are they the type of persons who would succumb to a blatant illegal instruction coming from the minister?
No, sir. No.
Mr. Semenya?
I said no, not at all.
Did
you hear the answer, Mr. Semenya?
Okay. If there was an instruction of the... Yes, I did.
Okay. It looks like there are some technical glitches. Can you hear me, Mr. Semenya?
Problem is with Mr. Semenya's line, DCJ. You are clear, but the connection of Mr. Semenya is the one that has a problem.
Yeah.
Maybe you should stop the video.
Oh, okay. My technician says the problem would be maybe on Mr. Smenya's side or the ambassador's side, and not this side. But the ambassador, I think we can hear him. Mr. Smenya? It looks like there is a problem on Mr. Semenya's side. Maybe we should adjourn.
May I make a suggestion, Chair?
Yes.
It may not be entirely satisfactory, but Mr. Semenya may put his questions to Ambassador Cwele, and we'd have no objection to them being responded to in writing.
Yes, I was going to check with him whether he would be fine with that, because we have done that sometimes and everybody agrees. But we need to hear him, hear what he has to say.
May I suggest, Chair?
Yes.
I think his video is consuming his data. Maybe if he switch off the video, maybe you can hear him.
Well,
because I can hear everybody,
including him.
Sometimes it breaks. I think his video is one which is consuming the data.
Yes.
Maybe if you allow him to switch on and speak, maybe we can hear him better.
Yeah, the only thing is just that we don't know whether he can hear us now or he doesn't.
He did request earlier on to switch off the video.
Yeah, that is on his side. He can switch it off on his side as long as we can hear him.
Yes.
That's right, Chairperson. Now I can hear everyone. Can I proceed?
Okay, all right, you may proceed, yeah.
The next question, Ambassador, was this. If there were instructions of the nature alleged, i.e. you stopped an investigation, wouldn't there be a report filed with the service?
Definitely there will be a report, and but like I said, there was no way, as I know them, that they could stop just because some minister said they must stop a legal investigation if it was legal.
And if there was such a report, it would even state the reasons why that instruction was given, would it not?
It will. If you instruct people, then you must make it in writing, that report that you are making such instruction.
Were there such a recorder by any of the three that they were to stop investigating the Gupta family?
No, I don't have any record of that.
Was there such a report written?
No.
Okay. Okay. Now, let's go to the pen report. Was there any recorder that you gave an instruction for it to be stopped?
I only saw it now. There was never any report. As I've said, the pen thing continued even after the Mr. Njenje left. The investigation continued.
Yeah, you spent some time with Mr. Pretorius on this. First, I'm going to put it in leading way, and if it is objectionable, Mr. Pretorius will take me up. Firstly, it is Mr. Njenje who leaves the service, is that right?
That's correct.
And it is Mr. Makwetuka who leaves later, right?
That's correct.
And it is Mr. Makwetuka who is the accounting officer in that space, is that right?
That's correct.
And if you had instructed Mr. Njenje at the time before he left, he would clearly have spoken to Mr. Maqetuka about it.
Definitely,
Right?
and particularly because they were meeting every Monday.
Yes, and that is why you were surprised, not surprised, when Mr. Maqetuka says he hears about this very stoppage for the first time in 2019. Isn't that
That's
what
correct?
You're clarifying?
That's correct.
Okay, let's go to the next point. Would you be responsible as a Minister of Intelligence Services to stop a law enforcement operatives like those in SIU?
No, I won't. First of all, I don't instruct them to do investigation. It will, I've got no power at all to stop any investigation because those are independent institutions.
Would you have the power to call on their records to be brought back to you as intelligence services?
Not at all.
Would you have any power to stop criminal prosecutions of those who may have been implicated and subject to criminal prosecution?
I don't have that power at all.
Okay. And lastly, are you saying that the production of that intelligence report pointing finger at Mr. Sheikh would help even the commission in adjudging where the truth lies in respect of these matters?
That's correct. That's why I've been asking access to that report.
Yes. Those are the questions I have for the Ambassador, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Semenya. Ambassador?
Yes, sir.
We have come to the end of your evidence. Before I thank you and excuse you and Mr. Semenya, is there anything that you feel you haven't had a chance to deal with properly that you want to say before I excuse you?
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me first say I'm very grateful to you that at last you gave me this chance to give my own version.
Yes.
This matter has been paining me since 2019 when it was first raised to me with the commission.
Yes.
And since then, I've been writing statements and requesting to question these statements.
Yes.
And I was not. Instead, I suffered a lot, Chairperson. During that period, I had a sense that whatever I was responding to, the gentlemen were given a chance, please respond to this. That's why I was raising the sequence of the event. The first thing I responded was the statements. It was the 3 statements. And later on, as I said, Maqetuka had 3 statements, Mr. Bolshek 2 statements. So, but that the case may be, I'm very grateful that you have given me this chance because this matter, much as is painful, as I've said to you, in matters of intelligence, I can only respond to you at a high level for the reason you know. And I've been stating that but I'm grateful that you have given us this chance. I'm grateful that you said you're gonna look at this document which were trapped in me. And the records which I said we should really look into because they will speak for themselves. What were the concerns? I want to put it lastly that much as I received that report, I still gave Mr. Sheikh a benefit of a doubt. That's why I took it to him. I asked him to respond to me directly, not to anybody else. It was only when he was not giving me the report that I really became concerned. So I thought I should just bring those issues. I think I've clarified the issue of the meeting in Cape Town. And if you get the transcript of that recording, it will tell a different story.
Okay.
Particularly from what Mr. Moshek was saying.
Mm.
It is very important, lastly, Chair, that Mr. Moshek talks about that investigation happened after 2011 event. I insist that is incorrect.
Mm.
The investigation was happening in 2010. I know this for fact because the first incidents happened in 2010 at the NGC of the ruling party in Durban. That conference was in September in 2010. Immediate after that, that's when I called them, not in 2011, as Mr. Moshek in his statement is putting.
Okay.
So with those few words, I really like, that's why we were saying, if we're given a chance to interact with these people, we're going to expose some of the machinations they were saying in response to this. I thank you very much, Mr. Shepherd.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you very much, Mr. Semenya. I will now excuse both of you. I will also excuse you, Mr. Pretorius, because it's been a long day for you as well. And I will adjourn for about 10 minutes. And then when we resume, the counsel for Mr. Gigaba, Mr. Solomon, will cross-examine Ms. Ngoma. So I will take an adjournment of 10 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ambassador.
Thank you.
Is Leif still here?
Recording stopped.
there are people assisting me who don't normally assist me because my normal registrar, my usual registrar is sick. But I believe that I've got the files here. Mr. Myberg, we are going to use Transnet Bundle 07A, as well as the transcript of Ms. Ngoma's evidence.
That is correct, DCJ. We may also be referring to SEQ 18 of 2021, which contains Mr. Gigaba's affidavit in response to Ms. Ngoma's statement.
Yeah, maybe you have your SEQ number wrong, because they put this file on my desk and said it's one of the files, but when I looked at it, it's not a file relating to Mr. Gigaba or Ms. Ngoma. It's an application, a file containing an application by, say, Siyabonga Technologies and TMM Holdings and Mr. Ferreira for leave to cross-examine Mr. Clint Oleman. So there might be a mix-up with the SEQ numbers.
Yes.
So I don't have here that one, but my registrar might well be able to, my acting registrar today. Registrar Zonaga. She's supposed to be listening here so she can answer me. So now I think I don't know what has happened. But maybe if you are, maybe let's adjourn. Let me look for it myself, because as I say, both my acting registrar is not operating from the same place as me, and my registrar is sick, she's not around. They are the ones who normally know where to find the files. So, but I can just have a look. The ones that I have, as I say, is the Transnet Bundle 07A, as well as the transcripts that I think I was told was brought today. So, but the one that is not here is important, I think.
Bundle 07A, is that our BB 24 and 26?
Okay, let me just give me about a few seconds. Let me try and see if I can get it.
Swanaka.
I just got back online. I'm trying to get the DCJ's PA to assist with finding the correct file.
So can I just make a suggestion?
So is it 3 files I'm supposed to have?
Yes, 7A, bundle 7A, and you'll be referred to the second part of that, BB26 being Ms. Mangoma's exhibit.
Yeah.
And then SEQ 18 of 2021, Mr. Gigaba's affidavit, and then the other file that you have would contain the transcript of Ms. Mangoma's evidence, DCJ.
But is it 3 or 4 files I should have, including the transcript that came today, BB26?
3.
Okay, so it's BB26, then it's bundle 7A, and then
BB26 DCJ is part of 7A.
Okay, and then okay, so that means I've got 2 so far, SEQ 18/2021,
yes.
Mr. Gigaba's application in respect of for leave to cross-examine Ms. N. Gigaba, and then Transnet Bundle 07A. Which other one am I supposed to have?
As I understand it, what's been delivered to you is a file containing the transcript of Ms. Mangoma's evidence.
Yes,
I think you mentioned just now.
26.
Well, perhaps it's been marked 26, as long as it's got the transcript in it, DCJ. Those are the.
It says BB 26 on the spine.
All right.
NS, I don't know, NS what, and then says transcript extracts days 382, 399, 400. And when
right? It seems that's been added then to BB26. So you have everything that's needed, I think, Chairperson. Okay,
all right. Okay, yeah, and I see that inside it's a transcript of Ms. Ngoma's evidence. Okay, all right. Which one must I start with? Or Mr. Solomon would be the one who will be able to tell me, I guess. Okay, this evening then we have Ms. Ngoma, who will be cross-examined by Mr. Solomon on behalf of Mr. Gigaba. There is a there's an email that I was told you asked that it be given to me. Is that something I can look at later?
Yes, it is, DCJ. It's something we can deal with on another occasion if necessary.
Okay, all right. What I do want to mention while I remember is that we need to have some finality on whether Mr. Solomon wishes to pursue any cross-examination of Mr. Craython. I'm under the impression that there was no firm finality on that. I know he said he would not be pursuing cross-examination against Ms. Kutsi, but I don't know whether there's something firm now.
Yes, there is, DCJ. In fact, that email that I sent you deals with that. Mr. Solomon is not going to pursue cross-examination in respect of Mr. Craythorne or Mr. Bishop, as you know.
Okay.
The only, and nor Ms. Kutsia, the only application for cross-examination other than this one that will be pursued relates to Ms. Mzamela. Ms. Mzamela, you know, was incapacitated. I can report back to you on that, but that's the only outstanding cross-examination.
Okay, no, that's all right. Okay, all right, then. I guess, Mr. Solomon, are you ready? Ms. Ngoma, are you there?
Yes, Chairperson, I'm here.
Good evening, Ms. Ngoma.
Good evening, Chairperson.
Okay. Good evening, everybody.
Evening, Chair.
Good evening, Mr. Solomon. Ms. Ngoma, Mr. Solomon will conduct his cross-examination this evening. The registrar is going to administer the oath of affirmation to you, and thereafter, Mr. Solomon will start. Is that fine?
What's on the screen? Him? On the live feed.
Sorry?
Yes, sir. Yes, thank you, Chair.
Ms. Ngoma, are you ready for the oath of affirmation?
Yes, I'm ready, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for availing yourself once again, Ms. Ngoma.
You're welcome. You are welcome.
Yeah. Registrar, please administer the oath of affirmation then.
All right. Ms. Ngoma, please state your full names for the record.
I'm Nomachule Gigaba.
Do you have any objections to taking the prescribed oath?
No.
Do you consider the oath binding on your conscience?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear that all the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Solomon.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Ms. Ngoma.
Good evening, Mr. Solomon.
I just want to start off by plotting the history of your involvement with the Commission and the furnishing of your various affidavits. We understand from the affidavit of Mr. Masuku that you were approached by the Commission on the 18th of December following your ENCA interview the previous day. Do you confirm that?
Yes.
That's 18th of December last year.
Yes.
Then, again, from the affidavit of Mr. Masuku, there were face-to-face interactions in the presence of your senior counsel, Advocate Nkotobi, SC, commencing 21 January 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that culminated in 2 affidavits being filed on your behalf on the 6th of March. And we find those in bundle BB26. I think it's 999 to 1027. We'll go there in due course. Then, just to put to you that Mr. Gigaba's affidavit was submitted on the 29th of March 2021. And that we find at bundle 1801 to 76. Do you accept that?
Yes.
Now, on the 26th of April this year, you were due to, before we get to the 26th, you were due to give evidence on the 13th of April. And you appeared again on the 26th of April. On the 13th of April 2021, your legal representative presented a letter on your behalf to the Commission, withdrawing your participation from the Commission. And we can find that letter in the transcript of the 13th of April 2021 at 2:06. Do you recall the letter that was read out on your behalf?
Yes.
And following upon that letter, you were summoned to appear before the Commission on the 26th of April 2021. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then on that day, you appeared before the Commission, and there was another letter which was read into the record by counsel on your behalf, and she raised various concerns and placed certain facts on record. What she placed on record is that your withdrawal on the 13th of April was because of certain facts that were reflected in the affidavit were not in your personal knowledge. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And on the 26th, you yourself testified. We can find your testimony at page 301 of your testimony of the 26th of April. You yourself testified that because I think some of the things when we wrote them, they did not get put in my words. And now when Malusi lawyers and himself responded to them, now they are just questioning most of all those errors because they know it did not happen like that, because and then it got a bit indistinct. And then you say, but we have addressed those issues, and you went on to say at lines 18 to 23, and also I will be comfortable to answer this question, and hence I said I did not come to give my evidence.
Sorry, Mr. Solomon. There was some noise that came through. Will everybody where they are just make sure that there won't be any people coming in and disturbing the proceedings? Okay, all right. Continue, Mr. Solomon.
Thank you, Chair. I was just reading from your evidence, Ms. Ngoma.
Oh, 1 second, Mr. Solomon. Yes. Yes, counsel for Ms. Ngoma.
Chairperson, I just wanted to request for Mr. Solomon to please, when he makes reference, he should please be clear on the page number so that we can be able to make a proper note, just so that we don't have to interrupt him, please.
Yes, no, that's fine. No, but now I remember I didn't let you place yourself on record. Do you want to just place yourself on record as representing Ms. Ngoma so that the transcript will reflect that she was represented?
Indeed, Chairperson, I am representing Ms. Gigaba as before, but I am sitting in Sandton.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Okay, Mr. Solomon. Mr. Solomon? Mr. Solomon?
Chair? Yes, Chair.
Okay. Counsel for Ms. Ngoma was asking that when you make references, she was asking that you make it clear what pages you are referring to so that they can take notes properly. I'm not sure whether it was just that or she was saying you were not audible enough, so maybe you can speak up a bit, and then when you make references, just make sure that everybody hears.
Thank you, Chair. I'll bear that in mind. So yes. It's your evidence of the 26th of April 2021, and it's page 301 of the transcripts, and I was at line 18 to about 25, and you.
I'm sorry, where does that noise come from? Does anyone know where that noise comes from? There is some noise. I think it's coming up for the second time. Well, maybe everybody can just close the offices or rooms where they are so that maybe noise from outside won't interfere with us. Okay, Mr. Solomon, continue. You said page 302.
301, Chair,
Okay.
on the 26th of April.
Okay, all right.
And you said that you did not want to say things because they are written, and then one day someone will hold me accountable to say I've said this and I did not say it. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And your counsel also explained to the Commission on the same day, 26th of April, at page 254 of the transcript, that Ms. Gigaba feels that the affidavit which she's been sought to be led on does not represent what she says, so far as to say it ought to be placed on record that she effectively says that the majority of that affidavit does not represent that which she says. Do you confirm that that was said on your instructions by your counsel?
Yes.
And then you complained further, if we go to page 340 of the transcript of the same day.
Hang on, just hang on, Mr. Solomon. I suspect that there is part of what I should have here, which is not here. You just referred to page 254 of the transcript, Chair. Is that right?
Yes, Chair.
Now, the file that has got only the transcript is the file that I've got marked BP 26, and it's the transcript that I find there starts at page 257, and I think Mr. Mayberg suggested something like that transcript is supposed to be a continuation of Transnet bundle 07A, but when I look at the end of 07A, there is no transcript. So that makes me suspect that there is a transcript that I don't have.
So if I might just come in here, I'm not sure that Mr. Solomon's page number is correct, because Ms. Mangoma's evidence on the 26th of April in transcript commences at page 256, where she takes the oath at the foot of the page, unless we've printed this out differently and the page numbers are different. But if you have a transcript, DCJ, on 26 April that starts at 257, that's where Ms. Mangoma's evidence in fact starts, on the transcript that we have and that's on the website.
Yes, I've got that. I don't have 256, but if it's just the oath, that's fine. But I have got from 257, and it reflects that it goes up to 416.
That's correct.
Yes, no, Chair, if I could come in here, it is correct that it goes up to 416. I think what the Commission, the Secretariat, whoever guides the filing of these papers, they started at her oath, not where I'm starting, which is the address by her counsel.
Yeah.
And that's why, and that's where Counsel Crawford had started to speak. It starts quite a bit before wherever the oath was administered.
Yes. Does this make you think that all I might not have is just the oath? Because
No.
if that's all that I don't have, then it shouldn't be a problem.
DCJ, if I may come in, it seems that what you don't have is the address by Ms. Mangoma's counsel, but we can get that to you. And presumably we can, Mr. Solomon can perhaps read out the passage again.
That's fine. You can read out. Let's hope it will be fine. Okay, continue, Mr. Solomon.
just for your benefit, Chair, I'll just read the passage. It's at the top of page 254 that Ms. Gigaba feels that the affidavit which she's been sought to be led on does not represent what she says, so far as to say, and I know that it's not going to be a step-by-step, paragraph-by-paragraph evidence here, you know, but it's sought to be placed on record that he effectively says, and it says he, I suppose that should be she, that the majority of that affidavit does not represent that which she says, and even though she is the chair says it is okay, she must be left on that, I suppose it should be led on that affidavit, it should be brought to the attention of the commission that it is primary what she feels is not heard. And that was the passage. She has confirmed that that was said by her counsel, and she confirms the correctness of this. Then I wanted to take her, Chair, to page 340 of the same bundle. To assist you, Chair, what should I add before the page number?
Well, I have, my first page is 257 of 416. That's what's written at the bottom of the page.
Yes.
That is the transcript of 26 April 2021. That's my first page that has got what was said. It starts with Mr. Mybeck saying, yes, thank you.
Yes, no, then that's fine. I'll just describe it as I have been before. It's the evidence of the 26th of April, and then just go to the page. So I was going to page 340 to 341.
Oh, okay. No, I think that's fine. You can continue to describe it like that. I've got 341, 342, I think, yeah.
340 to 341. The foot of page 340, and then following on to page 341. So,
yeah. Okay.
So this is line 21. Ms. Gigaba says, or Ms. Ngoma says, but you are making my life so difficult because I so wish you did not mix my words, because now I have to select what is my words out of that whole paragraph, because all of this is what you know of him. It is the investigation team that you have done. And then she says, over the page at 341, line 18, because I do not want to agree with the statement that has got nothing to do with me. Do you see that, Ms. Ngoma? Do you agree with that? That was what was said by you on the 26th of April.
Can you hear us, Ms. Ngoma? Can you hear us, Ms. Ngoma? Her picture has gone out.
On my side as well, Chair.
Yes. Her picture has gone out, so I don't know whether the problem is on our side.
The technical team says she's there, she's just on mute.
Registrar?
She just needs to unmute herself. Yes, Judge.
Ms. Ngoma, I'm told you need to unmute yourself. Her picture is gone as well.
Chair, I think I have to go and sort out Ms. Ngoma's laptop. I actually think I must swap her to come here.
Okay, okay.
So
all
that
right.
you can, I hope you are hearing me, Chair.
I can hear you.
Yes, I'm going to have to swap her to try and bring her here, and then I can use her space.
Her
so
laptop.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Solomon and Mr. Mybeck, no objection to that?
No objection, Chair.
Okay. Okay, can you hear us now, Ms. Ngoma?
Yes, I can, Chair.
Okay, all right. Tell me once you are ready.
Yes, I'm ready, but if you can go back to the question you was asking so that I can answer.
Yes, okay, Mr. Solomon, she is ready, but if you could go back to the question you were asking when she disappeared.
Certainly, Chair. So, Ms. Ngoma, what I was saying to you is I was just putting to you your testimony at page 340 to 341 on the 26th of April, where you had said you did not want to mix your words because now you have to select what is my words out of that whole paragraph, because all of this is what I know of him. It is the investigation that you have done. Do you confirm that was your evidence on that occasion?
Yes.
And then over the page, you say, because I do not want to agree with the statement that has got nothing to do with me. Confirm that was your testimony?
Yes.
And then at page 409, Chair, at the line 1 to 4,
yes,
Ms. Ngoma, you said, hence, I did not even have time to read my affidavit a lot because we were not allowed to be. They said they cannot send this electronically, my affidavit, because everything needs to be treated confidential. Do you confirm that part of your testimony?
Yes.
And then just going back to what your counsel had argued on your behalf at page 234, Chair, which you won't have. She says at line 15, more importantly, you are not a compellable witness. Do you confirm that that was argued on your behalf by your counsel on that day?
Yes.
And then further, your counsel at page 243, line 4 to 13, said as follows about you. She expresses her reluctance in this letter, not only on the basis that she feels she's an uncompellable witness, but she raises a plethora of issues that she feels have caused her even further discomfort for participating further in the commission. You confirm that that was argued on your behalf by your counsel?
Yes.
And furthermore, at line at page 244, line 15 to 18 in the same day, 26th of April, your counsel placed on record on your behalf, if I have a choice, I would rather not be here. She said you were not there by choice. You confirm that?
Yes.
And then in the transcript at page 346 on the 26th of April, you stated at line 3, I feel like my life was so threatened. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then at page 347, line 9 to 10, you said, I sign it under, this is in reference to your affidavit, I sign it under pressure. We did not go through it. To confirm that evidence of yours?
Yes.
Now, if we look at your affidavit, which you signed, which we find Exhibit 26, page 1, paragraphs 2 and 3.
I'm sorry, Mr. Solomon. What bundle is that?
It's bundle 26 NG01.
that doesn't sound like our references.
Well, sorry, 07999.
999 is the page.
Yes.
Okay.
Jay,
So
if I could perhaps help.
Yeah.
It's in bundle 7A. You will find exhibit BB26 at the end, and Mr. Solomon is referring to page 999, which is right at the end of bundle 7A.
Okay, all right. Mr. Solomon?
Yes, Chair.
The pagination on the top left hand of each page is supposed to be sequential, so that if you just tell me what the page is, even if you don't tell me what annexure, what exhibit, I will find it. So that it tends to confuse me when there is a reference to something else. But you say this one is 999. That's the page.
999. Thank you, Chair. Then I'll just confine myself to the numbers.
Yes, to the numbers.
The paginated numbers. Yes.
Yes. Yes.
So now, Ms. Ngoma, can we accept that the statement in paragraph 2 of that affidavit was incorrect? It reads, all the facts stated in this affidavit are, unless the context indicates otherwise within my personal knowledge, they are to the best of my knowledge and belief both true and correct.
Yes.
Can we assume that statement's incorrect?
Which statement, number 2?
Yes.
It's incorrect.
And then, can we also assume the first part of paragraph 3 was incorrect? I freely and voluntarily give this affidavit to the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into allegations of state capture, corruption, and fraud in the public sector, including organs of state, the Commission, regarding my knowledge about Mr. Gigaba's involvement and activities on matters that fall within the Commission's terms of reference and areas of investigation. Can we also assume that statement's incorrect based on what I've just read out to you?
That's correct.
Now,
I'm sorry, Mr. Solomon.
Yes, Chair.
She says that's correct. Is it the statement that Mr. Solomon makes that he puts to you that is correct, or is it what is in the affidavit that is correct? I just want to make sure I understand.
I thought he was reading number 3 on my affidavit.
Yeah, he was asking you whether what he read, which is at the beginning of paragraph 3 of your affidavit, he was asking you whether it's correct that what you say there is not true.
Yes, it's not.
It is not. Okay, all right. I just wanted to make sure I understand.
Thank you, Chair. That's
how far did you read, Mr. Solomon, just so that I know whether it's the whole paragraph that is not...
No, just the first sentence.
Or just the first sentence. Okay,
yes.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Now, if I understand your evidence, your version is that this affidavit is not really your statement, but is to a large extent one that the Commission wrote on your behalf, which you distance yourself from. Is that fair? Comment?
Not some parts of it. Then parts of it, I agree with it.
Sorry, you broke up. I couldn't hear.
Not all of it, some parts of the affidavit.
Okay. And in your clarification affidavit of the 18th May, and I'll try and give you, Chair, the correct pagination.
Yeah.
It's 1027.8, if that makes any sense to you, Chair.
It does. I'm there.
No, and in particular, point 10, Chair, paragraph 2.5, and you say in that affidavit, and you confirm the statement, Ms. Ngoma, more specifically, the very fact that the affidavit contained information that I had no independent knowledge of, and as a result, created the discomfort that I'd addressed with Pretorius SC, the situation added to the failure to make the necessary corrections to my affidavit, some of which were material. To confirm that?
Yes.
And then you go on to say in paragraph 4, Chair, at page point 11, in submitting this affidavit, I should not be understood to have waived any of my legal rights, which are expressly reserved. I confirm that some of the concerns expressed therein were also raised by me during my oral testimony and partly addressed by the chairperson. You confirm that?
Yes.
Now, you say in...
do speak up, Ms. Ngoma. Do speak up, Ms. Ngoma.
Okay, sorry, sir.
Yes, the last two answers were quite soft, so if you can just speak up when you respond.
Okay, so I'll do that.
Okay, all right. Mr. Solomon?
And you say in that affidavit that you wanted to provide context to distinguish between information allegedly being common cause or public knowledge, which was not in your personal knowledge, but was instead provided by the Commission through its investigators. And that we see at paragraph 2.3 at 1027.9. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, what
it's
page?
0.9, Chair, 2.3 of the supplementary affidavit or clarifying affidavit.
2.9, you say?
1027.9 at 2.3, yes.
Oh, okay, I see it. Okay, all right. Thank you.
Do you confirm that, Ms. Ngoma?
Yes, I do.
And you furthermore say in the transcript of the 20th of May, which we find at 162, line about 20, Chair. So it's the 20th of May transcript.
What 20th May?
20 May, page 162 of 269.
162. Okay, I've got it.
Thank you, Chair. You say, Ms. Ngoma, that the result of this is that concerns I originally raised with Pretorius SC were not known to Myburg SC to my detriment. Even when similar concerns were raised with Myburg SC, they were not dealt with. Hence my continued concern with some parts of the affidavit. Is that, do you confirm that evidence?
Mr. Solomon, can you please give us a second? We're trying to find that file because I have so many files in front of me and I'm trying to page where you're going. So if you can give me a second.
Certainly. Do you want the reference again?
Yes, please.
It's the 20th of May transcript, page 162, line 20. And over the page 163 up to line 3.
I got it.
You confirm that evidence that I've just read out?
Yes, sir.
Now, if we could just look at your affidavit again, I just wanted to inquire. The headings, this is 999 again, Chair. You have it, Ms. Ngoma?
Okay. You need to say bundle, to mention the bundle to make it easy, Mr. Solomon.
I think it's bundle 7A.
Yes, and then page 999.
Yes.
Yeah. If you just say bundle 7A and then you give the page, that will do.
Thank you, Chair.
999. Yes, that's where affidavit starts. Is that right?
Yes. I just wanted to ask you there, if you go to Ms. Ngoma, you go to page, for example, 1006. These headings and the other headings that we find, where do these headings come from? For example, prior knowledge of appointments in state-owned enterprises, and then tensions rising, and all these various headings that we find. Did you put up those headings? Where did those headings come from?
They didn't come from me.
I beg pardon?
They didn't come from me.
They didn't come from you. Now, if I could just take you to Mr. Masuku's affidavit, which you find, Chair, bundle 7, 1027.23.
Okay, bundle 7A and page
1027.23.
27.
If that makes sense.
Okay, just start again.
1027.23.
1027.23.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that does make sense. Yes, I am there.
Are you there, Ms. Ngoma?
Yes.
Now, if we look at the affidavit, I put to you earlier on what he'd said about interactions. This we find at point 24.
That is 1027.24.
Yes, I'll just say point 24 or point 25 because this affidavit's not a lengthy affidavit. It goes up to point 27.
It might confuse because it's part of the bundle. It's better to call the whole.
I'll give the whole number. So it's 1027.24. And I just wanted to direct your attention, Ms. Ngoma, to paragraph 7, where the deponent, Mr. Masuku, says that since 21 January, part of this I put to you just at the beginning, since January 2021, the Commission has had several meetings with Ms. Ngoma, which took place at all times in the presence of Advocate Nkotobi until about mid-March 2021, following which Ms. Yewale Makatini, Ms. Ngoma's new legal representative, was introduced to the Commission, in whose presence further consultations took place. Do you confirm that correctness of that statement?
Yes.
And then paragraph 8, the process of drafting Ms. Ngoma's main affidavit emanated from her meetings with the Commission. The development of her main affidavit to final draft was through a process engaged with her through her counsel, Advocate Nkotobi. Do you agree with that statement?
No.
You don't. Okay. Then the final drafts of Ms. Ngoma's main affidavit were provided to Advocate Nkotobi in an electronic copy format for finalizing with his client, Ms. Ngoma. Do you agree with that?
No. For my page, it was not in electronic form. Mr. Sakile brought the USB to the chambers.
You're breaking up very badly. I can't hear. I couldn't hear that response. I don't know if you could, Chair.
I had parts of it. Just repeat it, Ms. Ngoma.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Mr. Solomon, can you hear her?
I can, Chair.
Okay, just give that answer again.
According to my knowledge, what I remember, Mr. Sakile Masugu brought the USB and it was in an envelope clipped, and he brought it to Mr. Ngogatobi's office. When that happened, then he said I must ask the PA to print it out, and the PA refused to print it out for the sake of the confidentiality. So then I called Mr. Masuku that he must come and collect the USB so that they can print it and deliver the hard copy. Because to me, he said they are not allowed to send the affidavit electronically.
Well, he goes on to say his role was to deliver the electronic copies of the affidavit to your counsel, the last version of which he delivered to his residence on 25 February 2021.
So I was not at his residence then.
Then paragraph 12, he says, since the Commission's receipt of Ms. Ngoma's main affidavit on 6 March, one consultation was held on 20 March 2021 with Ms. Ngoma in the presence of Advocate Inga Katobi, specifically to address her concerns about the leak of her one main affidavit, which deals with her evidence to the media, and to address any security concerns which is dealt with below. And he goes on to say, at no stage during the meeting did Ms. Ngoma raise issue with the veracity of the contents of her main affidavit that was leaked, which she now takes issue with. She first raised issue about the contents of such affidavit at a preparatory consultation held on 8 April 2021 after Advocate Ngatobi's brief was terminated. The meeting was held in the presence of her legal representative, Ms. Gotwali Makatini.
That's not true.
What do you disagree with?
In the meeting, so when I received the call from the media, I called Advocate Tembega. I told him that I received a call from the media, and I told him that I was not impressed by that because the Commission assured me that my affidavit will be kept confidential. And then Tembega said she will call Advocate Pretorius, and then he came back to me. Then he said, we need to have a meeting. I think it was on a Saturday, but I might be mistaken. So they said we have to meet on that day to discuss that. So we met in the afternoon of that day. We were discussing the leak of my affidavit, which when we were discussing that, they assured me that it was not leaked by the Commission. And also even Advocate Tembega was not impressed by how my affidavit was leaked to the media. And then he told me, Advocate Pretorius, he told us that they will call I think it was the Sunday Times, to drop the story so that they mustn't publish the story because I need to appear to the Commission before, which the story was dropped. That's why it was not written, but we had discussion about it. And also, the other issues also were raised in that meeting, which it was the security. And they said they will talk to the head of their security to address all those. And I was waiting for their call, and they didn't call.
What were those issues?
The issue, it was about my security concerns, because I told Sakile. Then he said, when I called him, I told him that I'm receiving threats, so many private numbers. Someone just tell me that I mustn't go to the Commission, and there's someone who keep on calling me every day. Then he said, he spoke to the Commission. The Commission said that I must make a screenshot as the proof of those calls, which I did. Then he said I must send them to him via Telegram, which I did send the screenshot via Telegram.
But I want you to focus on the statement that he makes in the second sentence, that you did not at any stage during that meeting, and you're correct, the 20th of March 2021 was a Saturday. You didn't at any stage during that meeting raise any difficulties with the veracity of the content or the contents of your affidavit in the respects that you now take issue with. So what he's saying is that you had the opportunity there to raise concerns with the affidavit. You didn't raise any concerns. You raised concerns about the leaks. You say you also raised some security concerns, which I'm not sure if he deals with here, but it doesn't matter. I'm focusing on his averment that you didn't raise any concerns or take issue with the veracity of the contents of your affidavit, that you now, or when I say now, that you started to take issue with, as we've described in your previous evidence and in your supplementary and clarifying affidavit. Do you agree with that statement of his? You didn't raise any difficulties with your affidavit and the veracity of the contents?
I don't agree with that. The thing was not about my affidavit. It was a short meeting that was arranged for us to deal with the leak, because it was on Saturday. The story was going to be published on Sunday. So it got nothing to do with the affidavit. Before that meeting, we already raised concerns about the affidavit.
So is he not telling the truth when he says this?
He is not.
And when he says that the first time that issues were raised was on the 8th of April 2021, after Tembek and Gotabi's brief was terminated?
No, there were times where myself and Tembeka were there, and I remember Tembeka even was asking about certain things, because especially about the dates. Tembeka asked them to correct the dates, and they said they will correct the dates. I even said to them, I want, because I don't have the list of the travels, when was it? So can I just get maybe someone from Home Affairs who will tell me it's either Malusi's PA, when did we travel, because I don't remember the dates. So we didn't finalize when the dates were, because I told them that I was not comfortable about those dates. And also I raised on the meeting that I don't want to take that Malusi's sister the position, because I knew that Kuku was working at Transnet, but I didn't know her position, and I raised that in the meeting. So when we finalized the meeting, they said all those will be corrected. So every time when we meet, those things were not corrected, but they were aware about those things.
So why would Sakili Masuku lie about this?
I'm sorry, Ms.
Sorry.
Solomon. Ms. Ngoma, can I take you back to your answer to the question immediately before this one that you have just answered? I just want to make sure I understand your evidence correctly. Mr. Solomon asked you whether you agree with what Mr. Masuku says, namely that at that meeting, which I think you say was for discussing the leak of your affidavit, he says that you had the opportunity of raising your concerns about the affidavit on that occasion in that meeting, but you did not. But as I understand you, is the position that you say you did raise concerns relating to the affidavit in that meeting, and therefore if he says you did not raise them, that's not true? Or are you saying he is right to say you did not raise them at that meeting, but there's a reason why you did not raise them, and that reason is that the meeting had been called to discuss leaks, not to discuss corrections to the affidavit. Are you saying any of the things that I'm mentioning?
What I'm saying, I didn't raise the concern about the affidavit because the meeting, it was not about the affidavit. The meeting, it was the meeting that came randomly that we have to rush and to deal with the leak because the story was going to be published. So what we were talking about the leak, and I was telling them how, I think I told them how disappointed I was, and I thought it was the commission who leaked, and they wanted to know why I thought it's the commission who leaked it. Then I made an example why I thought it was the commission that leaked my affidavit. So we were not talking about the concerns of the affidavit, we were talking about the affidavit, how it was leaked. So that's what we were talking about.
Okay, all right. Mr. Solomon.
Thank you, Chair. But then why do you say the content of his affidavit's incorrect in that paragraph? Why did you say it's not true?
Because if you said I had an opportunity to talk about the affidavit, because we already raised that on the previous meetings. The meeting was not about the whole affidavit because we're not talking about the whole affidavit. Like what we were talking about why the affidavit was leaked. That we were talking about on that day.
When was it raised? Which previous meeting?
The previous meetings we had.
Well, he says there were meetings between the 21st right up until the 6th of March and thereafter. But I'm focusing on the 6th of March because that's when the affidavits were deposed to. So were these raised with him prior to the 6th of March?
Yes, you know what was happening? Every time we were meeting, then they will discuss the affidavit. We will just escalate and develop. We were developing the affidavit. Maybe we'll go back what we spoke about last time and what is happening. And then I will raise something because they will come with the affidavit already written and they will say some of the things. And I will say, no, I don't want it this way. And then they will we'll take a note, we'll correct that. So when the next meeting, when that comes, is not corrected, that was my problem with it. So it was them, we keep on saying they will correct it and they didn't correct it.
And why do you think they wanted to do that? Did they want to just present a distorted picture of your evidence to the commission?
I won't say that, I don't know.
Why did you sign the affidavit if you knew it didn't contain what you considered to be truthful and correct?
Because I didn't know what was exactly on it on the final day, because the way it came. So when the affidavit came, it came with Tembega. And Tembega said to me, because on the day, Tembega called me, he said, there was another witness, I don't know, there was some threat or he was nearly shot or something. And then he doesn't want to keep the affidavit. Can I sign the affidavit quickly? And he's going to go drop it off quickly. He doesn't want to keep it. Then I said, I don't want to keep it either because there were people who wanted the affidavit, the media wanted it. So when we were signing it, we signed it quickly, then he took it and he dropped it off. So both of us, we didn't read it.
So when you signed it, you knew, and you took the oath, you knew that it was not true and correct, but you signed it nonetheless.
I was not sure. I thought that maybe he read it.
So you're breaking up? I didn't get that.
I was not sure, but I trusted him that he read it.
That who'd read it?
I thought Tembega did.
So you relied on him reading it. You didn't read what you signed?
No.
So then it can't be your affidavit, because normally when one deposes to an affidavit and takes an oath that the content is true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief, that oath was a false oath because you hadn't read it. Someone else had read it. Is that correct?
Yes, on that day I didn't read it.
Okay.
You didn't, sorry, Mr. Solomon, you didn't read it at all.
there were times where we're doing meetings, and then myself and Tembega will go through what it was done with the commission. They will tell us. But when the final affidavit was done, when the whole thing was just drafted together, when Tembega came with it, on the day we signed it, and because Tembega was scared and myself we were scared because there were threats on the day on myself, and also we heard that someone was shot. So Tembega said he doesn't want to keep the affidavit. Let's sign it quickly. He want to drop it because he didn't even want to sit down. And also myself, I said, because a lot of people want this affidavit because I was getting threats, and then we decided to sign it, and then Tembega went to drop it off.
And if you go to page, I think it's, Chair, just bear with me, I think it's 7A, bundle 7A 1016. Is it 7A, Chair, or because mine just says 7A.
7A, yeah. And the page?
1016.
1016.
And do you have that, Ms. Ngoma? It's your affidavit, the last page.
Okay, just give me a second. Can you please repeat the page number again?
1016, bundle 7A.
Can I just ask everybody please to hang on? My heater here is not warming up and I'm feeling cold. I just want to get a jersey. So if everybody could just wait for two minutes.
We don't want anything to happen to you, Chair. I think the whole nation's got a vested interest in your well-being.
Just 2 seconds.
that right?
No.
Okay.
Are you sure about that, Ms. Ngoma? Because it is quite something serious. An attorney or any commissioner of oaths, before he signs an affidavit below that commissioner of oath certificate, is supposed to administer an oath and make sure that what he or she writes there, which part of which Mr. Solomon has read, is what you are saying. Namely, that you acknowledge that you know and understand the contents of the affidavit. And it says that it is the truth to the best of your knowledge and belief, and that you have no objection to taking the prescribed oath. So it would be quite something serious if a commissioner of oaths, particularly an attorney, didn't administer an oath but signed a certificate that said you took an oath before him or her. Are you sure that he did not administer an oath to you?
The only oath I took that I remember is the first one I took at the commission.
Okay, all right. Mr. Solomon?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Now, I want to just put to you that according to the affidavit, I've read you the passage of Mr. Masuku. The only time you started to raise any concerns about your affidavit is after Mr. Gigaba had filed his affidavit on the 29th of March 2021. So the first time you raised any concerns, according to Mr. Masuku, was on the 8th of April. Do you disagree with that statement?
I disagree with that.
Now, will you agree with me that a considerable amount of time, both in your evidence as led by Mr. Myberg, and even now with my cross-examination, has been spent on trying to understand what is your version and what is not your version before the commission? Would you, let's leave my cross-examination out of account now, but you've given evidence over, I think, 3 days, well over 10 hours of evidence, and many hours have been spent. In fact, I think the last day, if that was the 21st of May, I don't quite recall if that was the last day. My junior's telling me it was. I mean, almost the entire session on the 21st was devoted to trying to understand what your version was and what your version wasn't. Would you agree with me that a lot of time has been spent on the part of the commission trying to distill what you say is your version and what you say is not your version? Would you agree with that statement of mine?
Yes.
Did you say yes? I couldn't hear.
I said yes.
Okay. Now, we know that in your transcript on the 20th of May, page 156 to 157, May, Chair, 156 to 157, it's of 269.
Yes, I've got it.
The chair put to you, it's line 18. Yeah, but those corrections are not catered for in the supplementary affidavit. No, we missed them for something stated here. I think we printed the final version. Somebody just did not, I think that should be pick that up. Okay, you can point them out and so on. So now even your supplementary affidavit, I want to put to you, and we can explore it a bit later, but even your supplementary affidavit, even that didn't get your version right. Is that correct, Ms. Ngoma?
Ms. Ngoma, did you hear?
I just want to try to get. I want to get the question properly. Can you please repeat?
Okay. Please repeat the question, Mr. Solomon.
What I'm saying to you, Ms. Ngoma, is did you manage to follow the passage I just read to you from your testimony on the 20th of May? And I'm saying to you, and we can explore it in a bit more detail later on, but I'm just putting a general proposition to you that even that clarifying supplementary affidavit, even that attempt didn't get it completely right. Do you agree with that? Even that affidavit of itself didn't completely, to your way of thinking, encapsulate the version you wanted to present to the Commission.
I won't say yes or no, but I feel like if I was given a chance to write the whole affidavit in my own words, it was going to be better than the whole affidavit written, and then I had to agree with the certain parts.
I heard some of that, not all of it, but can I just put this proposition? It may not be what you've said. You can disagree or you agree or disagree with me. But if you'd written the affidavit in your own words, it would look different to what was presented to the Commission as your affidavit on the 6th of March. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, Ngoma? Was that answer yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ngoma. Now, I'm going to leave that aside. We'll get into just some detail, perhaps a bit later on, but for the sake of moving on, I'll leave that. You have a curriculum vitae that you put out when you look for employment. Is that correct? A printed curriculum vitae?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Say the question again.
Do you
He's asking whether you have a CV that you send whenever you apply for a job.
Yes.
Okay.
And you have described various qualifications that you have from institutions like Damlin, Vega School, Varsity College, Henley Business School, etc. Is that correct?
I don't want to talk about that.
I didn't hear your answer.
I didn't submit that in my affidavit, and we are here about my affidavit, so I'm not going to talk about that.
Well, he's entitled to ask you about something that's outside of your affidavit, Ms. Ngoma, if he wants to test your credibility as a witness.
And so do I have a response as well?
Yeah, you have to respond. I'll ask him to repeat the question. Mr. Solomon, do you want to repeat the question?
Thank you, Chair. In your CV, you have stated that you have diplomas and certificates from various institutions, for example, Damlin, Vegas School of Branding, Varsity College, and Henley Business School. Is that correct?
So which affidavit you are reading from?
Your CV. I'm just talking about your CV.
Okay, I haven't submitted.
I beg pardon?
At this affidavit that we're talking about, so I haven't submitted any CV.
We're not talking about an affidavit. I'm just...
If I can ask a question, which CV you are talking about?
What?
Mr. Solomon? Mr. Solomon?
Yes, Chair.
Maybe if you have a document, whether CV or not, that you are looking at, maybe you should ask her a direct question. If she says she obtained a certain qualification from a certain institution, just take them one by one.
Yes. Have you in your CV held out that you have completed the MAP Plus program from Henley Business School?
So which CV you are talking about, so that I can look at it as well? Can I see this to you?
Well, I can show you the CV.
So, but I haven't given any CV and I haven't submitted any CV.
Have you ever held out in a CV that you've graduated from Henley Business School?
I didn't submit on this affidavit any CV.
But
no, Mr. Mboma, the question is there any CV where you have ever written that you obtained such a qualification from Henley Business School? Have you ever said that in a CV?
I don't recall.
Okay.
But also, I don't want Mr. Solomon to take me out on this because I prepared for this affidavit.
Mr. Solomon?
Chair, I'm going to leave that at this week. We can come back to it. She says she doesn't want to deal with it. I want to just I'll just put to you that I've seen a CV of yours where you hold yourself out as having graduated from Henley Business School, and inquiries have been made, and that's untrue. You registered for the course but did not complete it. You registered in 2016 but never completed it.
I'd be very happy if you can, if you share that information with me.
Okay. We'll do so in due course.
Okay.
Do you accept that you haven't graduated from Henley? You didn't complete. There's an outstanding assignment which has not been submitted, and you haven't graduated from Henley Business School?
So, if I may ask, what business is that of yours and the State Commission and my studies?
Well, Ms. Mboma, it doesn't work like that. You will recall that Mr. Gigaba, a very important theme of his response to your evidence is that you are a liar, and that a lot of what you have told the commission about him is not true. He has said you came to the commission because you were not able to secure a divorce settlement from him. So Mr. Solomon is entitled to test this because he obviously is under instructions from his client that you are not telling the truth. You are somebody who is untruthful. I think Mr. Gigaba used the term pathological liar at some stage. So if his counsel wants to argue at the end that I should not believe the things you have said about Mr. Gigaba, he needs to establish in cross-examination whether you can be shown to be a truthful witness or not. And he is not obliged to confine himself for that purpose to what is in the affidavits. You understand?
So what I want to put it clear to Mr. Solomon, I will not discuss my personal life in the commission. Malusi can discuss my personal life or his personal life if he wants to. And I don't recall discussing my education and as a deal with and also the deal with the settlement. I've never done that. So if he doesn't want to deal what's on the affidavit, because everything I put on the affidavit, it's only about the state capture. So there's no way I ever put his personal life, because I have his personal life as well. But I didn't put his personal life because it's got nothing to do with the state commission. So what I put here, it's something to do with the commission and the state capture. So I don't know how my education is capturing the commission or maybe the state.
You see, Ms. Ngoma.
So that, and also with Malusi, is the way of them or him, maybe let me, him dodging answering his questions about his deals with the state capture. And then he just go attack my personal life. So, and I'm not willing to go attack his personal life because I've never done so. And since I've never attacked his personal life, I don't want my personal life to be dragged as well, because I have a right to my personal life, because the state commission's got nothing to do with my personal life. And I will never allow Malusi to do that with my personal life.
Well, you see, Ms. Ngoma, what Mr. Gigaba's counsel is doing is probing the issue that he's probing, because I think they want to say, Mr. Gigaba wants to say at the end through his counsel to me that, you see, Chairperson, you can't believe a word that comes from this witness because she lies so easily. She lied about her educational or academic qualifications. I think that's what Mr. Gigaba wants to show. That's why these questions. You understand that?
But I've never said that to the commission.
Mr. Solomon?
Want to put that at the commission and protect what is about the state capture. This is what I'm here about, and this is what I've volunteered to talk about. So if any of them, the two of them, they just decide to move, I'm not going to be part of that. Malusi has attacked my personal life in public, and Mr. Solomon was there, never say a word. I can do the same, but I don't want to do the same. It's not like I don't know anything. I have a lot, but I don't want to attack Malusi's personal life, because I thought the state commission is about the state, and I want to keep it to that.
I think your counsel wants to say something.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yes.
I think the critical issue that which Ms. Gigaba is trying to raise, which she's not able to probably illustrate properly, is the question of relevance. Accepting what the Chairperson is saying, to say Ms. Gigaba has come to the commission to say 1, 2, 3 because we are in a process of divorce. She's therefore an embattled spouse. The question becomes the relevance to the question. And if maybe Mr. Solomon can address the question insofar as the relevance it has to the matter here, because I think that is the question that Ms. Gabas keeps asking. What is the relevance of my personal education to the commission? What has that got to do with the evidence I've brought to the commission? We know, as a matter of fact, that Mr. Gigaba has pretty much denied every single thing that has been brought before the commission. He has cast a net wide to specifically say anything that was said, not just by Ms. Gigaba, but by everybody else who came before the commission making allegations against him, is a blatant liar. And having said so, Chairperson, I think we need to agree that when a question is asked, it will either throw us into disarray if we allow Ms. Gigaba to throw a net so wide without having to provide relevance and context onto the net.
Hang on. I don't want to spend too much time on this. Council, you should know what I said. You should know why this is relevant. I can understand if Ms. Ngoma doesn't understand, but you know exactly why. Precisely because Mr. Gigaba has denied your client's version and your client says he is not being truthful and he says she is not being truthful, the credibility can be tested. I don't want to spend too much time. This is something quite simple. And Mr. Ngoma, I decide whether a witness can answer a question or not. So, Mr. Solomon, please continue.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Now, Ms. Ngoma, in your evidence, I'm going to talk about the BMW vehicle of that you say that one of the Guptas gave to you, or gave to your husband for your use. We'll get there, but I just want to ask you to look at the May transcript, Chair, 21st of May, page 31.
'21st of May, what page?
Page 31 of 281.
Okay. Yes.
Now, you'll see, Ms. Ngoma, there was, Mr. Myberg was asking you questions, and he was asking you, putting to you what Mr. Gigaba had said about a scheme having come forward to testify against me in the commission. And then he quotes line 14, as we speak, she's currently driving a car bought for her as part of that scheme. And then you answer, so this is a lie. No one has ever bought me a car and gave it to me. And Malusi, I never went to any media to drag his name. The only media people that I went, it was NCA, and I was clarifying my arrest. 2, when it comes to the car, it's not the first time I drive cars by myself. He's the only person who never had a car in the 10 years we've been together. So for me, it's not a new thing that I have a car that has got nothing to do with him. Then Mr. Myberg asked you, what car are you currently driving? You say, is it relevant for you to talk about that? Mr. Myberg says, well, I mean, like, where did it come from? Did you buy it? And you say, yes. Is that correct? You see that?
Yes.
Now, that the vehicle that you were talking of, it's a Mercedes-Benz hatchback coupe. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it's got registration number FY65JP.
Maybe you should not mention the registration number, Mr. Solomon.
Certainly, I'll just...
For security reasons.
I understand, Chair. But it's got an FY registration, is that correct?
But Chairperson, this can be fair. We know very well it has been raised numerously, the security concerns of Ms. Ngoma. You make a ruling that the number plates of Ms. Ngoma's chair should not be pronounced in public.
I think you'll have to try something else, Mr. Solomon, that will not
infringe.
Yeah.
Certainly, Chair. I'll ask the next question. This motor vehicle, you purchased it yourself, is that correct?
How is it relevant? If I may ask you.
Please answer the question, Ms. Ngoma. It is relevant.
I put the deposit myself. I sold my other car, which Malusi knew about it earlier this year. Then I put a deposit on that car.
So you purchased the vehicle. Is it registered in your name?
No, sir. Because I bought the car from...
I beg pardon?
I bought the car from someone else.
Well, if you bought the car, why is it not registered in your name?
Because that time it was still, while I'm still paying for it, then I will do the transferring when I'm done paying for it, of ownership. It doesn't bother me. It's like that. So it only bothers him, but it doesn't bother me. So I will do the change of ownership when it's the right time for me to do so, when I'm done paying for it.
So you haven't paid for the motor vehicle?
I did.
And when you told...
Is the position that you have not paid in full? You have paid some part of it?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And who did you purchase it from?
I wasn't able to say that in public. My life has so much threats in public, so I don't want to talk about my personal life in public, especially with what I'm facing right now, because my life is facing a lot of threats. So I have to protect myself. And I know it's not your client's concern, but for me, it's my concern because I have kids to take care of. So I have to protect myself. So I won't expose everything about my personal life in public.
But what are you protecting yourself from?
From the threats that I'm receiving on a daily basis.
And have you reported those threats to the authorities?
I told the commission, and also because I have the security at home, so in time to time I go to them at the gates, I tell them, and also I told the commission, so they are aware. That's why I have the security.
Why have you not gone to the police service?
Sorry,
Sorry,
Mr. Solomon. Yes, counsel for Ms. Ngoma.
Chairperson, unless Mr. Solomon does not believe the content of the affidavit he's been reading earlier, which demonstrate and explain, including the affidavit of Sakile, which he was referring to, which shows the threats that were meted against Ms. Gigaba. I do not think the issue of threats against Ms. Gigaba is not common between everybody appearing in this commission, at least in this particular matter. And I do not think it would be fair for Mr. Solomon to say, why have you not reported such threats? Naturally, if we knew, and if Ms. Ngoma knew exactly who is after her life, we would have done so. And therefore, Chairperson, I wish through you, and maybe Chair, if it is such a big...
I think Mr. Solomon was almost done with matters relating to threats. Let me hear him. Mr. Solomon?
Yes, no, that's, we are, Chair.
Yes, okay.
But let us just come back to the party in whose name the vehicle is registered. Is that the person you bought the vehicle from?
It was bought by someone else from that person, so I bought the car from someone else.
So just let me understand it, because you do break up when you give your evidence, so it's quite hard to follow. Are you saying you brought the car from someone who had bought it from someone in turn?
So maybe can I just say, because I feel you're just more into invading my privacy and with the car that I'm driving. And because the nature of everything that's around me, I think it's so unfair for you to keep on asking about the car that I'm driving. Where does it come from? Because Malusi told you so, because Malusi doesn't know where the car comes from. And that's his position. So Malusi has so many cars that I don't know where they come from, and I've never asked him. So I don't know why he has so much interest in this car.
Well, the commission asked you,
where the car that I was driving, where is it? He never even asked me. He only asked the driver at home, where did I drop the car? The other one that I was driving. So he doesn't even know where I sold the car, how much I was paid. He doesn't know all those things because I don't discuss my private life with him as well. So I don't want to talk to him. I don't want to tell him about my personal life because Malusi is not part of my life.
Well, all I'm asking you is this. You were asked by Mr. Myberg about the car that you drive. And you told him, let me just finish, please. And you told him that you had purchased the vehicle yourself. So now I'm just trying to understand, if you purchased the vehicle yourself, why is it not registered in your name? And now you've said it's not registered.
When I'm done paying for it.
You'll register it when you're done paying for it. Now, the party that you purchased the car from, is it registered in his or her name?
That's not important. But I don't understand what is relevant to the commission, because that's between me. That's a private dealing. That's between me and those person, and it's not. I'm not going to discussing that with you or with Malusi either. I don't want Malusi to know anything about me, my personal life, because he's part of those threads of my life. So I don't want him to know anything. So I'm not going to answer that question.
Well, I'm going to in due course argue to the commission if Mr. Gigaba gets permission to make submissions, that you're an evasive witness and you on more than one occasion have refused to answer questions.
He did so as well.
I beg pardon?
Wait, Ms. Ngoma, let Mr. Solomon finish first.
Okay.
And that you have on more than one occasion refused to answer questions that you were obliged to answer, and which the chair had in fact directed you to answer. Do you want to comment?
Anything that's got to do with my personal life and also with my privacy around the threat. Maybe if there were no so much of my life is not so much under threat, I'll be very comfortable to answer everything. But because Malusi is part of those threats, that's why I don't want to share anything in public and with him, because I have to protect myself.
Now, this BMW motor vehicle. Sorry, Chair.
Solomon, let me just mention that of the 2 hours that we both estimated, you left with 30 minutes. So I just mentioned that so that you can see how you handled the 30 minutes.
Chair, yes, I must say what I didn't factor into account is the challenges that we face with technology, but I'll bear it in mind, and perhaps the chair will indulge me.
I think just do your best. Just do your best.
I'll do my best.
Yeah.
Let me just ask you about the BMW. You say Mr. AJ Gupta gave a car, and you used the motor vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if we look at your evidence on the 20th of May, Chair, at page 250, at line 19,
Sorry, can you please repeat the number? 250.
Page 250, It's your evidence of the 20th of May. The chair, line 19, the chair says, yeah. Do you have it?
Yes, yes, I do.
Yes, you say you kept the car, you drove the car for about a year and a half. This is this BMW motor vehicle. And yes, and you say, and then you go on, and then when I drop it off at my friend, at his friend's place, but I do not know why I took pictures of it when I was standing there at this place in Stanton, and then when the Hawks took my gadgets. So those are the kind of pictures also that were deleted. All the pictures of that car are deleted on my phone. And would there be, I guess it'd be friends, etc. And then you say, yeah, there are people who know I was driving the car. And did you say it was registered in your name, or was it not last time? And you say it was in my name, but very short. It was changed out of my name. Then it was registered on his friend's name. So when I was looking for it now, I contacted the license department. They told me that the change of ownership of the, I suppose, as soon as the change of ownership of the car moves from this owner to another owner, then everything just changed automatically to another person. So because it was his friend, I do not know why Malusi changed the car from me to his friend. And when did you get to know that part? Sorry, when did you get to know the car was registered in his friend's name at such time? Oh, no, he did not. I think a few months I was driving the car. Malusi told me he wants the car to be registered under his friend. Oh, so that was done while you were still using it. And then over the page, yes, and I asked him why. So he said, because his divorce dragged in for too long. So he said he does not want the car to be there because he was married in community or property. So he does not want the car to be taken away from him. So let us just put it on his friend. So then he did. Now, I want to put to you that, first of all, that version doesn't make sense. Are you saying the vehicle was in your name and then it was transferred to a friend's name because of Mr. Gigaba's divorce, which was taking too long? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And I want to put to you that doesn't make sense. Why could he not simply have left it in your name?
Because there were a lot of times when Malusi was going for his divorce and my name was mentioned in the divorce process, which his ex-wife would mention because I was in his life. So I was part of he thought I was the reason for them to divorce, I think. So that's the reason, maybe. But that's what he said to me.
But the vehicle was never registered in his name, so it was not under any threat.
But my name always come up most of the time. And my child, because the time I had a child, and also my child also was coming up in their divorce.
I also want to put to you that your testimony that I've just read is in conflict with your affidavit that you gave at 1010. That's 7A, Chair, paragraph 49. That's 1010, 1010. Here you say that, does Chair have it?
Yes, I've got it, yeah.
I'm just, to save time, I'm just going to read the last two sentences, or the last sentence. The registration of the BMW was eventually transferred into my name from a name unfamiliar to me. Here you're saying that the vehicle was transferred into your name, not from your name into someone else's name, as you said in your testimony that I just read.
Can you read that again?
You say, paragraph 49, the registration of the BMW was eventually transferred into my name from a name unfamiliar to me. What I'm putting to you is that's in conflict with your evidence where you were saying the vehicle was in your name and then was transferred out of your name into the name of Mr. Gigaba's friend because of his pending divorce, or his divorce that was dragging on. Do you want to comment on that contradiction?
Yes.
Yes, please do.
Because when we fetched the car, I don't know what name it was in the first place. And then Malusi, they put the name, because when we did that at the Sahara. They brought everyone to do this whole car thing when we were there. And then later stage, then Malusi changed the car. Then he said to me, his friend is going to change the car. He has someone who will change the car to his name. So every time when the car used to go to service, so his friend will take it to service, and also he will call me and give me the disc all the time. So I've never do the renewal of the disc.
And you say that the vehicle, the next sentence of paragraph 49, he informed you that he'd given the car to one of his friends for repairs to one of the lights, and the vehicle was never returned. So it went in for some minor repair to the lights and then just disappeared.
It didn't disappear. I drop it at Sempton to his friend, to his Zimbabwean friend, and then they said they were fixing the lights, and then I keep on asking Malusi, when is the car coming back? So the car never came back. So then I decided to buy it.
You had dropped it with her friend. Why didn't you go to her friend? Did you go to her friend and say, I'm fetching the car?
I called him, keep on asking, because his friend is part of our, he's the one who does most of everything in our home in Pretoria, and also in his home, who does the fence, the lighting. So he's the person who always do everything for Malusi and most of our staff at home. So, and then he said, Malusi said, I must drop the car in Sandton at his place, which I drop it here down the road. And then after that, I kept on asking him, when is the car coming back? Because the time when I dropped off the car, Malusi just gave me his old ML that I must drive it. And I didn't want to drive it because it was an old car. So I kept on asking why the fixing of the light was taking so long. So then he kept on saying, no, the car is coming back, the car is coming back. But that friend is not like it's someone random. It's someone who, most of the time, he does most of his things, even when maybe he hosts something at ESCOM, he will be there. His TNA meetings or someone who's there, and he does everything. Even now with my name, it's someone who did a whole security. It's someone who always does everything for him and who does our license, who drop off everything. It's someone like that. He's friends from Zimbabwe.
But this was an asset of yours, registered in your name. You didn't.
It was not in my name.
It wasn't in your name.
When I dropped it off, it was not in my name. Long time ago, it was his. It was on Joe's name, his friend's name.
So why did you say what you said in paragraph 49 of your affidavit, that the vehicle was eventually transferred into your name?
Then after that,
it was transferred. And then you say it went in for repair and it was never returned to you. So the impression your affidavit gives is that this was an asset of yours that went in for a minor repair to one of the lights and then was never given back to you.
So it was the car that I was using, but by that time it was not under my name anymore.
So when was this vehicle given to you to use? Which year?
I think it was early. I think it was maybe, I think 2013, 2014 there, but I'm not sure exactly, but it was not in 2015, 2016.
You say it was 2014, 2015?
Yeah, it was later, it was early at that time. But I'm not sure exactly it was 2014 or it was 2013. I don't remember properly.
And was that when the vehicle was first given to Mr. Gigaba by Mr. Gupta?
No, because I have already driven it for a year that time.
So what is the 2014, 2015? What happened in those in one of those 2 years?
You mean when the car was still there or when the car was?
I thought that's when the car was given to you, but now you're saying you had it a year before that.
No, I didn't say that.
I thought that's what you said, but the record will...
Which year did you get the car? Which year did you start using the car?
So I drove the car, I think it was in 2013, if I remember correctly.
Is it 2013 or is it 2013 or 2014, one of the two?
I think it was not 2014. I think it was 2013. Just like I'm not sure properly.
Okay, all right. And then you drove it for about a year.
But what I know, I've driven the car for a year. And I'm not the only one who knows about it. Like these bodyguards know about the car, even my friends knows the car. So Malusi is acting like I was driving that car in the space. All these bodyguards, they know about it because there were certain times when maybe I will come to Sentin with this car, and when we're going back, Malusi will take me with his bodyguards, and he will ask one of his bodyguards to drive this car. And there was a time where this car had a lot of tickets, and then I will try to explain to the police why I have so much tickets, because they will drive in the same speed with the blue lights. So all these bodyguards, they know about the car. It's not like it's only me who knows about it.
So in which year was it when you dropped it at Mr. Gigaba's friend's place to fix the lights? Was it 2014?
I think it was 2014 AD.
Okay, all right. Mr. Solomon?
Thank you, Chair. And the time when you started to use the vehicle, was that at the same time that it had been given to Mr. Gigaba by Mr. AJ Gupta?
Repeat the question.
Can I assume that when you started using the car was the time when the vehicle had been given by Mr. AJ Gupta to Mr. Gigaba?
Yes.
But then why did you say in your statement, in your affidavit, that that's paragraph 49, this is the first part that I didn't read to you, that Mr. Gupta handed over the BMW to Mr. Gigaba in my presence at the offices at Sahara. And the first sentence is, a few months before he took office as Minister of DPE. And we know repeatedly, the chair knows this better than me, I know he's got a good handle on all the chronology, that would have been 2010, December 2010, when he was made Minister of DPE. So how does this work now?
He became Minister of DPE on the 1st of November 2010.
Thank you, Chair. I know you've got a good handle on all the dates. So that doesn't accord with your evidence now, Ms. Ngoma.
So it just like I don't remember when it was, but I know that there was a car. I've driven that car.
All right. I'm going to argue that your evidence on this motor vehicle is so improbable that it falls to be rejected. Do you want to comment? You don't have to. It's if you choose to.
But there are people who knows about beside me.
All right. Now, can I just ask you, you're not the type of person who would be willing to spend money that you knew was stolen. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you would also, I suppose, not willingly spend money that you knew was unlawfully or illegitimately obtained. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
And you say in your affidavit, your clarifying affidavit, Chair 1027, bundle 26.17.
Is that bundle BP 26?
Yes, Chair. 1027.17.
For me, bundle BP 26 is the bundle that has got only the transcripts.
Perhaps Mr. Myburgh can come in. It's Ms. Ngoma's clarifying affidavit.
No, that should be in bundles 7A.
Oh, is that 7A? I'm sorry, Chair.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
What is the page number?
1027, 1027.
Okay. I've got 1027 has got 0.1, 0.2 up to...
Yes, up to 17. I want to go to the end, Chair, with your leave.
Oh, okay. Up to 17, 1027.17.
Yes,
I'm there.
paragraph,
Have you got it,
paragraph
Ms.
13.
Ngoma? Have you got it, Ms. Ngoma?
Yes, I'm there, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Solomon?
Now, you say in paragraph 13, as repeatedly explained in the media and in my testimony, my sole reason for assisting the Commission is the performance of my civic duties as a citizen of South Africa who is willing to provide any information to which I may be privy and which can rid our society of the cancer of corruption, would like my children to grow up, I suppose should be and, like my children to grow up in a corrupt-free society. I bear no grudges against anyone, and I've long forgiven those who wronged me. They will be judged not by me, but by God. You confirm that statement?
Yes.
Now, you state that the Guptas, in your testimony, gave money towards your wedding, which cost between 4 and 5 million rand. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you further testified that you were told that in lieu of the Guptas attending the wedding, they were giving money towards the wedding. Is that correct?
Yes, they said they didn't talk to me. Malusi said that to me.
Yes. And you had a motor vehicle that was transferred into your name, this BMW, which you say was given by the Guptas.
Yes.
And you have indicated that at least on one occasion, you saw money in the boot of Mr. Gigaba's motor vehicle at Sandton City. Is that correct? Cash
Yes.
money?
Yes.
And you've also testified...
I'm sorry, Mr. Solomon. What was the answer, Ms. Ngoma? I didn't hear it.
In which question, Chair?
Please repeat your previous question, Mr. Solomon.
And you've also indicated that on one occasion you saw cash monies in a bag in the boot of Mr. Gigaba's motor vehicle at Sandton City.
Yes.
And you've testified that on at least 20 occasions you were at the Gupta residence. And if I have your evidence correctly, you'll correct me if my statement's incorrect. On these occasions, you saw Mr. Gigaba retrieve his cell phone, call the CPO officers to bring his bag, and then go back into the room where he was and then return with the bag. And that seems to be the same bag that had the money in that you saw in the boot of the car. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you also saw money that Mr. Gigaba was placing in a safe when you surprised him in his study at your home.
Yeah.
Now, when did it strike you that you were a beneficiary of Gupta money that would be involved in corruption and the cancer of corruption which you talk about?
I only knew when Malusi said, I mustn't mention that to the commission, because what he said to me, he never said it was a corruption money. He said it was for elections. And I asked him why he needs to raise it himself. So he explained that he was the head of elections, so he needs to money for the elections. So because I've never been, sorry?
Sorry, continue, I interrupted you.
So I've never been part of ANC things. I've never been part of any branch. So I don't know how mine is raised. So I took what he was saying. And during the time, I didn't know that it was wrong for him to do that because he explained what was the money for. And when he used it, I asked him that why you use the money, because you said it's for the elections. Sometimes when he was paying, then he said he will refund it. Then when he had time, he will take it to Lutuli because he needs to give it to the TG. But I've never kept on asking because it was not my money and everything. But the only time when I was so shocked about it was when he was saying to me, I'm asking if anyone is asking Mama about that was closer to my arrest, which it was last year.
Hear that last part, but you faded away. But let me just put this to you. You were the beneficiary of this money that you say came from the Guptas for your wedding, for your lifestyle. Is that correct?
No, I didn't know. Team who gave it to me, but it's not like it was not the vice versa. Not the Guptas gave the money to me, so it's him who gave it to me. So if he said to me it was a corrupt money, then you can say that I knew. Then I can say yes to that. So he never said this money was for corruption or he got it in a wrong way. He never said that. He only mentioned this.
On your version. Sorry?
I'm done.
Yeah. On your version, you observed over a considerable period of time, a number of years, Mr. Gigaba calling for his CPOs to bring a bag and then going back into the room where he was, returning with the bag, and you at least on one occasion realized that this bag had money. So when did this revelation suddenly hit you that there was somehow some connection between these advisors who were advising Mr. Gigaba and monies that they were receiving, and that these would, on your version, be ill-gotten gains that you were benefiting from? When did you suddenly realize this?
When Malusi was telling me about it.
And when did he tell you about it? Did he confess to you that he was can I finish my question? Did he confess to you that he was a participant in a corrupt
No,
scheme?
he didn't put it.
So what did he tell you?
So he said to me...
Did he tell you that he's a recipient of corrupt monies from the Guptas?
He didn't say it. He didn't put it in that way.
What way did he put it in?
So he said, if anyone is asking me, it's either someone, because when I was saying to him, why can't we divorce while he's dealing with the estate capture? Because I didn't understand why he put this thing together. Even now, I'm so like surprised why our divorce must stand still just because Malusi is going through the state capture. I don't understand why can't we separate the two. So that's where he explained that to me.
I didn't hear all of your answer, but you're saying when he was going to the state capture, what did he explain to you?
Because I asked him why he said we can't divorce while he's going through the state capture. Because for me, it doesn't make sense why our divorce must stand, or we can't have a divorce while we are going through Malusi is going through the state capture, because I don't connect the two. Why is the two? Because Malusi can go through the state capture, the whole process, and the divorce can go through. Because for me, those are two separate things. So when he said he needs to finish the state capture before so that he doesn't lose the state, the spousal privilege with the divorce. To me, it didn't make sense why the two must be together. So why can't I divorce him while he's going through the state capture?
And is it that what let the penny drop that all along this was corrupt money?
Not really, but I only knew when he did this whole plot of everything, trying to take away everything, trying to deny everything, and try to plot his whole arrest, and also we have to delete things. That's where everything just come into place for me. That's all this was happening. And also when he says I mustn't mention, because that time he said it was for elections. So when you say I mustn't mention, why I mustn't say it? Because it was for elections. So everything it just come into place with me.
Well, if it was to be used for the first election, why was it used for your wedding, to your knowledge?
I don't know that it was the same money. So it can be different money, because it's not like every time he will come with that money and give it to me. So when he was raising money to me, he never said like, this money, here's the money for the elections, is for the wedding. He didn't do that.
And did it suddenly dawn upon you that this was corrupt money after you had been arrested in July, and following upon the institution of divorce? Can I finish? And following upon the institution of divorce proceedings in August of 2020. Is that when it dawned upon you that this must be corrupt money?
Not at the time. It was, he wanted us to delete, and when he was telling me that I mustn't talk about it. So that's where I was like, why must we hide it?
Did he tell you you mustn't tell the truth? You mustn't talk about it. You mustn't come and tell. When did he tell you that?
That was the week he asked for my budget.
Why have you never said that in your affidavit and in your evidence?
And also that was when I was asking for the divorce. Also when I was asking for the divorce.
Yes, no, but I'm asking you a different question. Why did you not put in your affidavit that he had asked you to conceal the truth?
I don't know, maybe it didn't cross my mind, but there's a way I put it in my own version, my own words.
Now,
in my own words, there's somewhere I said that.
In yours?
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Solomon. Just repeat your answer, Ms. Ngoma. In your own way, what happened?
In my own way, I mentioned that he said I mustn't say anything.
It's very unsatisfactory.
Hang on, Mr. Solomon.
Sorry, Chair, I thought I'd muted myself. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you didn't. Okay, Ms. Ngoma, please start your answer afresh.
I'm saying I put that in my own way, not in Mr. Solomon's words. Like Malusi said, I mustn't talk to anyone about everything I know about the Guptas.
Okay, Mr. Solomon.
Thank you, Chair. Now, in paragraph 54, it's one of the errors you sought to correct.
I'm sorry.
Of your statement at 781011 of your statement, paragraph 54.
That's bundle 7A, page 1011. Okay. I've got 1011. Have you got it, Ms. Ngoma?
Not yet. Please give me a second.
Yeah, bundle 7A.
Okay, paragraph
54. Before I go there, I just want to put you, and I'm going to argue that your version that you've just given now makes no sense at all and is again so improbable as to be rejected. Because why would Mr. Gigaba ask for a divorce and file a summons in August 2020 before he came to the commission, if your version had any truth or probability to it?
Because he did that so that he can drive the narrative, so that when I decide to speak why I was arrested, so that he can say I'm bitter about the divorce. If he really meant to divorce me, it's almost like 8 months right now, or 6 months, I'm not sure. He only filed that divorce. Since Malusi filed for the summons, he never done anything. It's only me and my lawyers who keep on chasing him. If he really meant for the divorce, he was supposed to continue with the divorce. Right now, will be divorced. Because I responded to his divorce the first day I received it. My lawyers, they sent an email to him that I don't want to contest the divorce, because that's what I wanted as well. But what shocked me, it was him went to the Sunday World first, because before he sent the summons. And when he filed that divorce, he did that just because I was arrested. And also I said, like, I will speak my truth. So he knew, like, I will explain why I was arrested. So when he did the divorce, the reason he only filed it and he never done anything until today, so that it can drive the narrative of me being a bitter woman, and which is not true. Because if he really meant the divorce, why we're not divorced now, or why he never responded to my emails, to my lawyer's emails, or why we're not divorced? Because even if we didn't agree with the settlement, he can ask for the date and the matter goes to court. The matter is not in court. We never settled anything. Even on that meeting, it was when we do the settlement, it was me. So Malusi never meant for this divorce. And also he went to Sunday World first before he came to me. And when I said I'm going to challenge Sunday World, then I received a call from the sheriff. So all this is just his calculated moves. It's got nothing to do with the divorce. Because if he really meant the divorce, we'll be divorced right now, because I said I'm not contesting the divorce. I don't have a problem with the divorce. So why it stopped? Why he filed the summons in August? Until today, he never done anything, if he really meant it.
Well, that's a very long... Are you not done yet?
I'm saying all that, this filing for summons, and then you just keep quiet for too long. It was the narrative of him trying to support all the scheme that he did with this plot, with the trying to cover up his things, so that when I speak, people, they will say, no, he's doing this because she's bitter. If he really meant for the divorce, we'll be divorced right now, because I said from the first go, I said I'm not contesting the divorce. And Malusi never said anything until today.
Are you finished?
Mr. Solomon? I think she is finished with the answer. We are at 25-8. That means there has been a 5 minutes overtime. Is it fine if I give you 10 minutes more?
Chair, can I bargain and ask till 8 o'clock?
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Chair. All right, I'm going to try. I'm not even going to go back to your answer there, but I'm just going to put to you, it makes no sense, and we'll make submissions in due course why it makes no sense. If you want to comment, you can comment, Ms. Ngoma, you're not obliged to.
Just before you proceed, Mr. Solomon, actually, I forgot that the curfew is now 9 o'clock. Let me check with everybody, and I must check with the people who help me here, whether if we stop at 8, that will give them enough time to get home before the curfew. Is everybody, Ms. Ngoma, if we stop at 8, would you be able to get home before the curfew?
So I would like maybe if you can finalize in 5 minutes.
By
5 minutes, because I still need to do the arrangements for people to come fetch me and all the way. So it takes a bit of time to do that.
Anyone else who has got challenges on curfew? Nobody else?
Yeah, it takes me an hour to get home.
Oh, is that so?
A full hour to be precise, and that is with no traffic, which of course I believe there won't be. But I need exactly an hour to get home from Chambers.
Oh.
Is there any way we can adjourn now and find another opportunity? I've forgotten totally about the curfew, I must be honest. I myself would have to get somewhere.
Yeah. Look, there may be a possibility for some time tomorrow at some stage from morning to end of close of business. But exactly when it would be, I can't say now. But for purposes of cross-examination, you would be needing just another 20 minutes, I think, Mr. Solomon, based on our discussion. Counsel for Ms. Ngoma, could that be tried? Namely, everybody would need to be told in the morning how the situation looks like.
Chair, if we are given time to move around for definitely not more than 20 minutes or 30 minutes, Chair, will definitely make the time.
Yes, okay. And Ms. Ngoma, same with you?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Mybeck, you are you are in the same position as me, or is there something that might give you problems about tomorrow?
I'm at your disposal, Chairperson.
Yes. Okay, all right. I think let's adjourn then now, and then in the morning, everybody, I'll speak to Mr. Mybeck and he will tell everybody. Then at that stage, I will have a clearer picture, and then we'll try and find time tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.
All right.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We adjourn.
Chair.
Good night. Good night.
Thank you.